study session.
Absolutely. Thank you, Sharon Tavares. Welcome, commissioners, staff, and any members of the public who happen to be joining us. This is the Planning and Zoning Commission's study session for today. And first item on the study session agenda is review of cases we anticipate coming to public hearing next month on August 28th. We only have one that is anticipated to be on next month's public hearing agenda. That would be CUP 2419. It's a conditional use permit for a large utility scale renewable energy project on Babbitt Ranches land. Bob Short from our staff is managing this case. So Bob has a PowerPoint presentation prepared for you. Bob, if you could go ahead and give the commissioners an orientation to this request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McNeely. Can you see my screen and hear me?
Yep. Seeing your PowerPoint and hear great.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. McNeely, and Commission. This case is the Forged Ethic Wind Farm, CUP 2419.
We lost your screen share there, Bob.
Oh, okay.
So we're no longer seeing your PowerPoint. May need to reshare.
There we go.
There we go. See it.
All right. In this case, the property owners are the Babbitt Ranches and the Arizona Department of State Lands. This is on state trust land and on Babbitt Ranches private land. The applicant is Morgan Brighter. I hope I pronounced that right. She is from RWE Clean Energy LLC of Austin, Texas. The representative is Jill Grams of SWICA in Flagstaff. And the location of this project is about 25 miles north of Flagstaff. It's on the CO Bar Ranch. That's part of the Babbitt Ranches. The project site includes four large parcels, totaling up, and it totals about 30,135 acres. And as I said, on private and state trust land. And in this case, the request is for a conditional use permit for the development of a 324 megawatt renewable energy project in the zoning ordinance that's called a utility facility. And this includes 100 wind turbines, a permanent met tower, just one permanent met tower, an ADLS system, that's an aircraft detection lighting system. That goes on the towers or each of the turbines, and it detects aircraft, and the lighting system only comes on when aircraft are present. And then supporting facilities, and there are a lot of supporting facilities, of course, with this, operations and maintenance buildings, and etc. And I wanted to mention this is the first case that is actually subject to the new RIO, the Renewable Energy Ordinance. This is a vicinity map showing the project area. Basically, there are two parcels right in here. There's also other parcels that connect back to Highway 180, which are just basically access routes. But the main two parcels are right in this area right here where the wind turbines will be. And this is a site plan, and it's also a cumulative impacts plan. So it shows what kind of cases have been approved and what level of approval they are at this point out on the CO Bar Babbitt Ranches area. So this is the current project, and you can see the wind turbines. So I'm kind of covering those up, but they run through here. And they also kind of stretch out into here as well. So there's some wind turbines out in here. For context, SB Crater is back in this area. And so there's 100 of them. And I'll show you some photo simulations in a minute. The first project to be approved out here in this area was the BREC project, the BREC wind farm. That's the Babbitt Ranches Energy Center wind farm. that is 50 turbines, and that was approved in 2001, and that is currently in operation. They just went into operation in May. And I think some of the commissioners that went on the field trip with us recently, they were able to see these turbines as we passed by on 180. This project down here, this is the CRO Bar Solar K project. We've known of it as the Clēnera project because that's the company that put the project together, and that is 12,000 acres solar array, and that one was approved. It's not in construction yet. Commissioners will remember that last month you extended their approval to give them more time to get building permits, but it's all on private land on these white sections right in this area right here. And now go ahead and I'll show you some of the photo simulations. This is on the National Scenic Trail. I'll show you more information when we get to the actual hearing case, but this just give you some ideas of what this will look like. So this is pretty far into the project, and this is from the trail, so it will be pretty visible from the trail, as you can see. And this is a second one also from the Arizona National Scenic Trail, the AZT as we call it. And they're a little further away here, but the trail will go kind of right through this and be pretty close at some points. And then I wanted to show you the couple that are on the highway. This is up on 89. Actually, it's just 89. I don't think it's called 89A here, but it's up north on the way to Cameron. And I thought I had a mileage on here. I think it's 13. Let's see. 13.4 miles would be the closest one. Now they're kind of hard to see. Let me go back and let me put that on again, because you can look in this area right here, and then they are spread out through here. There's not a lot of contrast here, as some staff suggested at our previous meeting, at our staff meeting, but you can see them come up right in here. So they're right in this area. Pretty far away, but these are really tall towers, so they would be visible. And this is along Highway 180. This would be 4.7 miles to the nearest turbine. So you can see them. This would be some of the closer ones would be right in here. And like I said, there's not much contrast. But if you went on the field trip or you've driven up 180 and you've seen the existing towers, the turbines, they would be to the west or to the left of here. So these would be to the right of those. So there is going to be an accumulation of these wind turbines in this area. And with that, I'll take any questions from the commission.
Okay, Mr. Short, this is Chair Taveras. I do have a couple of questions, but I'm going to let the other commissioners go first. Commissioner Wilson, go ahead.
And Madam Chair, if I might, if you see Tom right there, that is the applicant, and we do have Morgan there and several representatives of the applicant. So you have any questions for those guys? They might be better answered than I am. But I'll go ahead, Commissioner Wilson.
My first question relates to the aircraft lighting detection system. I guess my understanding of how that works is if an aircraft is detected in the area of a particular turbine, then that particular turbine will turn on one of the red flashing lights. Is that correct?
That would be a good question for the applicant. I know in the BREC project, they just turned that on, just tested it. My understanding is it was more of a wholesale thing with more turbines. I know there are 2 ADLS towers in that particular project. Would that be something you could answer? Someone with the applicant, Tom, or someone?
Yeah, this is Morgan with RWE. Yes, so the ADLS system, the way that it works is there are radar, basically detection systems. So 2 tall towers for a project of this size that will detect aircrafts within a certain distance, and that will turn on the lights. I don't believe it's a singular turbine. It would be across the entire site for safety reasons. These have to go through FAA and DoD approvals. So it's something where there's not really any wiggle room as to how they work, because there are only a handful that are approved by the FAA and DoD to operate. So one of the common ones that we see in the industry is DTECT. I believe that is probably who BREC used as well.
So is there some way to know if the system is not working?
Yes, the ins and outs of it, the technical specs, I would have to get back to you on. But there's definitely ways to determine if it's operating correctly or not.
Hey,
Okay.
Commissioner Wilson, so we have Mark Stento that works for the county. He's code compliance supervisor, but he also works with the lighting. He's been doing this for a long time. So what he requested with the BREC system is that they provide us with a monthly report on how the ADLS system is functioning. And he also did that he also did that with the Chevron Butte system. So we have 2 of those where we get provided with monthly reports on how they're functioning.
Okay, so my concern is obviously, should those radars fail for some reason and therefore not turn on those aircraft warning lights, the consequences could be catastrophic. And I would want to know that there is some type of a fail-safe system that ensures they are working 24/7. So, okay, another question I have is I read a news article recently about an offshore wind turbine that a blade broke on, fell into the ocean, has been broken up into tiny little bits of fiberglass that are now contaminating beaches and marine life. What happens if a blade breaks on one of these?
Yeah, so Morgan here again. It is highly unusual for blades to break, transparently. We have hundreds of and thousands of turbines operating throughout the US. It is something that, our operations team, they track closely. Transparently, I've not actually seen a blade break. I've seen instances at turbines with lightning strikes, with, hurricane winds, unusual gusts. I've seen turbines that have, had occasionally damage, but I've never actually seen a blade fall off of a turbine and shatter.
Okay.
Unfortunately, this, it was an offshore wind project, a little bit of a different beast,
Right.
although also unusual in the offshore industry. But a very different scenario than what we see. And the technology that we have onshore is much more tried and true. It's been around significantly longer.
Okay. And kind of in a related question, I've also seen news stories about fires in the turbine tower portion of it, and we're obviously very sensitive to fire around here. Does each of them have their own individual fire sensing systems, automatic shutdowns, and ways to notify a fire response?
I don't know about a specific sensing system. What I can say is what you have probably read about are the Gamesa turbines that are 15, 20 years old. There was a manufacturing issue, quite a large civil case, et cetera, that went on in the industry with a particular manufacturer that had faulty equipment. We have had those turbines on site before. We have successfully managed those fires that happened up tower, and have not had issues with them reaching the ground. or causing any issues. And we worked very closely with emergency response services in those instances. Again, it's rare. Those particular turbines were related to a manufacturing issue that has since been resolved in the industry.
How would you be made aware of a fire in a turbine?
Yeah, I mean, there's different things that we're monitoring, right? So RWE has a 24/7 dispatch center. So they're watching operations from remote dispatch. So they're getting certain signals from the machines, collecting real-time data, whether that be CMS data, which is condition monitoring, or SCADA data. Additionally, some of it is visual, and so there's various ways. I wouldn't say there's a specific fire detection equipment per se.
Okay.
So.
It just seems like maybe a smoke detector connected up to the data stream might be a good way to know about that. And my last question is, are any of the towers located where the fall zone of the tower and blade combination would impact either the Arizona Trail or any other public thoroughfare?
Yeah, so industry guidelines per wind energy guidelines, the WEG is what it's referred to, state 1.1 times fall down distance are the appropriate setbacks. So for example, Arizona Trail per the REO is actually a 1/4 mile setback, which we've abided by in our proposed layout. That is significantly further than 1.1 times fall down distance. So
Sure.
That would not be a risk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Best?
Thank you. Are we now at a point where the ADLS, the aircraft warning lights, are plug and play? Because I know it took a long time at Perrin Ranch to get that up. But is that now established, so it'll more or less be operational when the wind towers are operational?
Yeah, so my understanding, and bear with me, I'm not a Perrin Ranch expert, but my understanding of the timing that Perrin Ranch was installed was that the ADLS systems were still going through FAA approvals. Now that they have been approved by the FAA and the DoD, this is something that we're familiar with, that we do install on sites. And so it should be something that goes up during construction and is active during operations.
Okay, thank you. I know that SP Crater was an area that Babbitt Ranch had set aside at certain times of the year for golden eagle. So we definitely have a golden eagle population out there. How have we addressed that?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's actually something we've been working with Babbitt's and aware of since we cited the project location. So, for example, one way that we're mitigating risk to golden eagles is initially when we leased the project area, we had looked at coming from the project area from Highway 89 to the east. Understanding the sensitivity around SP Crater, we decided that it would be best to come off of 180, use the shared road that NextEra, Clenera, and others are intending to use for their projects, and build out the access up to our project site. We do have some challenges working through crossings with the other developers, making sure that we can get our equipment in safe and meeting engineering standards. So that's something that we're working through closely. And fortunately, we've had really great neighbors in Clenera and NextEra. The other thing that we're doing that we actually agreed to in our lease agreement before it was even standard practice by U.S. Fish and Wildlife is a 2-mile setback from active golden eagle nests. So you can see in our project area, there are some areas where there are not turbines. And so that's one of the ways that we're mitigating. Additionally, we have done 2 years of avian studies. We're still reviewing that data, but we do believe that this is a site that is a really strong contender for wind energy in the West. The reality of the West is that there are golden eagles across the entire Western US. And so the best that we can do is mitigate those efforts. And we've been really fortunate to have Babbitts as a partner, and they really have guided us on how to develop in an environmentally friendly way. And then the other piece of this, with evaluating the data is, of course, coordinating closely with Arizona Game and Fish Department and U.S. Fish and Wildlife, understanding. This is why we hired SWCA as well, to better understand the rules and regulations, better understand how we can best mitigate, how to interpret the data that we collect. And so those discussions are ongoing with Arizona Game and Fish. We met with them this morning, as well as U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Additionally, U.S. Fish and Wildlife recently came out with the 2024 Eagle Rule, or permit rule. So those are things that we're looking into, because that came out just a couple months ago. So just how to work with their new options for take permits.
Thank you. Are you anticipating eagle takings? I don't know how it works exactly. Do you apply for a taking? Do you do monitoring under the towers looking for takings?
Yeah, so we're fully in compliant with U.S. Fish and Wildlife and Babbitts. And so the way that it works is there are a couple different types of take permits that you can receive, that are could be recommended by Fish and Wildlife. And so as we're interpreting that data, we're still evaluating and still meeting with the agencies on, we can apply for those permits. We also intend to do post-construction monitoring so that we know the impacts. But generally, we are still working with U.S. Fish and Wildlife on our permitting. And that will be an ongoing effort, not only leading up to construction, identifying which permits are appropriate for the site, but also through operations.
Okay, and how about prairie dogs out there? I know that prairie dogs and eagles kind of go together, and I think the Babbitts have, I don't know if they've relocated prairie dogs on their ranch, but I know that prairie dogs are considered a keystone species. Are you moving prairie dogs if you have to disturb their habitat, or what's the plan?
Yeah, so my understanding, we've done biological species studies, so not only the avian studies, but also understanding big game, prairie dogs, and other species. There are few to no prairie dogs in this area due to plague. Additionally, there were no releases of prairie dogs on this part of the ranch, to my understanding. And so we don't anticipate any challenges with prairie dogs on this ranch, or this portion of the ranch.
Okay, thanks. Staff, if you guys could get us this write-up earlier than 6 or 7 days before the meeting, that would be great. I think there's a lot to go over here, a lot to review with the renewable energy ordinance. We can always continue it, but that's always awkward. So if we could get it early, that'd be super. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Ruggles, go ahead, and then Commissioner Wilson, you can follow him. Commissioner Ruggles, we can't hear you. Commissioner Ruggles, this is Chair Aunt Taveras. I show that you are unmuted, but I cannot. There we go. I think we can hear you now. No, Commissioner Ruggles, we can't hear you. Mr. McNeely, what do you suggest in this situation? Okay, all right, so John, I see your hand raised, but I see you muted.
So if
Okay.
Commissioner Ruggles can hear us, it might be worth him trying to exit the meeting and come back in. He needs to check what his well, he's muted again. Yeah, he needs to check what his microphone setting is and make sure it's that his setting is to the microphone on the computer he's using right now.
Okay, Commissioner Ruggles, why don't you go ahead and do that on your end? And I've got a question. Mr. Short, on the BREC where the wind turbines are already in operation, when this commission reviewed this case, did we see photo sims from Highway 64? Or just 180? I only have memory of seeing the photo sims from 180.
Madam Chair, yes, just from 180.
Okay. Now, the reason that I asked that question is I did do the field trip with staff and a couple of other commissioners about 2 weeks ago. And what I didn't realize was how visible they are from Highway 64. So I think what we're going to need to do here is broaden the photo sims. Are these also going to be seen from 64 as well as 180? And are they going to be seen, because these are headed west now, what other locations are these going to be seen at or seen from?
Yeah, go ahead, Morgan.
So our feedback from the folks that do our visual sims is that these would not be seen from 64. The Forged Ethic project is further east and lower elevation than the BREC project. So we do not anticipate seeing them from 64.
Okay, so they will be seen on, all right, Mr. Short, I'm going to go back to you. Were they anticipated being seen originally from 64 when the BREC project was approved? Did anyone foresee that they would be seen from 64?
I don't know if anyone foresaw that, but I certainly didn't. I mean, I wasn't aware that they'd be seen from there. We did have a photo sim actually from Red Mountain or Red Butte. So the top of Red Butte, which is north on 64, but that's pretty high up. So it was completely expected that would be seen. They in this case, with this case, they have also provided a photo sim from the top of Red Butte. I only showed a few today. I didn't want to show all of them for the study session, but if you can see, this is from Highway 89. So it's pretty far north, and as you can see them back in there. Like I said before, this is 13.4 miles away. So I think that would it could be that close for Highway 64. I actually did not notice them when we did the field trip.
Okay, I did.
Wow.
So if the other commissioners, I know that I did, and I remember being surprised by that. So you do have a photo sim off of, did you say Red Mountain?
Yes, there's a photo. They provided a photo sim, if I remember correctly. Is that correct, Tom Morgan? You did provide one from Red Mountain? I thought I saw one in the packet.
Yes, and we did that one to make sure that we were addressing concerns from the Navajo Nation, tribal concerns in general.
Right, and that was a request. I think it might have been from another Native American group, but it was a request from Native American group to show what the projects would look like from Red Butte.
Okay. So They weren't originally, I guess, going back to my question here, that this commission did not see photo sims of these towers on the BREC project from Highway 64. So I guess maybe I have a trust issue here, that we're being told they're not going to be seen this time, or really from any other place, even heading east from Cameron, perhaps.
This is actually, this heading north, south of Cameron, and I haven't looked at exactly where this is. We could certainly pull it up from their narrative, but yeah, they're definitely visible on Highway 89. You can see them back here,
Mhm.
and I'm sure they spread out along here quite a bit more. If you zoom in, you can see them more clearly. But we could definitely talk to SWICA and get some kind of statement from them. I mean, you could provide a picture and then provide a picture with nothing there. So I guess that's one way to address this. And you are correct. I did not anticipate the BREC project being visible from there.
Mhm.
But next time I'll look because
Yeah,
there
yeah,
are
up towards the valley
certainly,
area.
yeah,
Madam-
they definitely are visible sometimes. You know, they're from a long distance. I was honestly surprised how far away you can see different wind projects.
Well,
Yeah.
and maybe just a couple notes for reference. So I think this visual sim, Bob, that you have up at the moment, you said it's 13.4 miles. Red Butte is minimum 20 miles from our project site. Sorry, 64. 64 is a minimum of 20 miles from our project site. And we do sit at a lower elevation than the Babbitt Ranch BREC Energy Center sits. And so that will help with the visuals so that we are less visible. And then I would also note that the way that we did our visual sims is that we took the max and our whole entire application, just in general, is we took the maximum number of turbines at the maximum tip height. And so the reason that we do this is so that we're going in it with it as like our absolute most conservative approach. And so this is because we don't know exactly the turbine technology that will be available when we sign up with the turbine vendor. So for example, the turbines that the BREC project used are the GE 3.4 machines. Those machines, in the last couple of months, we've gotten feedback from GE. They're no longer making those machines. So the 100 turbines here that we have included in our application was based off of our smallest machine being a GE 3.4 megawatt machine, which to reach about 320, I think it's 324 megawatts, would have been 95 turbines. So we also included a couple of alternates just because you need to have alternates when you go into construction in case you run into issues, unforeseen issues. Ideally you don't, but it happens. Now the other machine, the larger machine that we're looking at is a Vestas V163, which is a 4.5 megawatt machine. And that would only require 72 turbines. It'd be great if we could come here today and tell you exactly what machine we're going to use. But as you can see already, GE's come back and said, we're not making the 3.4s anymore by the time you go to construction. They're switching up to a 3.8, which is great because it means that we'll have less machines. But it does mean they're a little bit bigger than the 3.4s. Fortunately, we've given ourselves a parameter of machines, no more than 100 machines, no taller than what we've proposed here for the Vestas V163 machine. And so the visual sims are actually quite conservative, and I would expect that you'll end up seeing less than what we're actually showing on the visual sims.
Okay, and so when you say that the visual sims are conservative, another way of saying that is worst case scenario.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I'm
Uh,
showing, Madam Chair, if you can see my screen, I'm showing
I
that they're actually 18.6 miles to 64 from the turbines. Was a little closer, but still pretty far. If you imagine that the ones that are 14 miles on the other slide, then this would be 4 miles further. So it probably would be difficult to see. And of course, you can see this topography between them that might block that out as well.
Okay. Okay. I think that answers my questions to the degree that it can be answered today. So I'm going to leave it there, and I'm going to go on. Let's see, Commissioner Wilson, or excuse me, Best, you are in first place. So go ahead, and then Commissioner Wilson, you'll follow.
Thank you. What are the heights on the towers?
Yes.
So the max that we're considering is 656 feet to the tip of the blade. That said, I don't think the V163s are actually that tall either. We're currently going through a turbine tender process, and we do this annually, where we go out to the various vendors and we ask them, what machines are available, what are the most suitable, because not every machine is made for different types of terrain. So for example, the machines that we use in South Texas by the coast, those are made for hurricanes. The machines that we use up here, we have to be aware of things like high elevation and lower air density. So different machines qualify for different sites. So we're in that exercise as we speak for this year, hoping that this is the last year we do this exercise and that we can bottom this out here in the next couple of months. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question, or to kind of address your concern, Madam Chair, what I would like to request for the formal meeting on this issue is a map that shows, some type of a circle around these sites that reflects where they will be viewable from. So where will the view shed be impacted by any of these turbines, with a circle or a line around that space, so that we can better understand exactly where we will or will not be seeing them from. And I would hope that we would also include, as part of the approval process, the maximum height that is currently being considered as one of the conditions. Thank you.
Now, Commissioner Wilson, that information is in the packet. This is a study session, so I didn't show everything at this point, but you'll get a very large narrative that has a lot of information about the photosims. It shows exactly where they're taken from, so it's pretty clear.
That's not what I need, though, Mr. Short. What I would like to see, the map that we're looking at right now, I would like to see a big red line going around where I could stand on this map and see a turbine, or the tip of a turbine blade, excuse me. So not necessarily just a couple of select simulated photos from, pre-chosen locations, but showing the entire site and where I could see those from anywhere else around there.
So transparently, we do a lot of these permits throughout the U.S. I think what you're requesting would not be reflective of the site. Seeing the tip of a turbine off way in the distance versus seeing a full turbine is a very different impact. And so those are parameters that are quite challenging to actually reflect in a map with just a drawing around. Can you see a turbine from another location? There's also a lot of considerations around elevation, vegetation, and even existing infrastructure that makes it quite challenging to actually provide a realistic representation. It's not something that we typically see done in the industry because it's not usually very representative, transparently.
Would a circle that showed where we could see the actual turbine itself and not the blades, but the top of the tower and the turbine house be a more achievable project?
I think you still run into the same challenges of, again, it's like you're choosing a different tip height to evaluate from. It's still the same challenges of elevation, infrastructure, etc.
So, to use your phraseology, in the interest of transparency, allowing the applicant to pick the locations they show us sims from might not be the best way to best understand the impact on the view shed. I'm
So,
not accusing anything or anything, but you can understand where we come from.
Yeah, no, I do appreciate that. And maybe just to back up, the KOPs, the locations that were chosen, or I believe provided to us from the county, there were particular locations addressed, I believe, in our pre-application meeting that we held back in 2022. And so a lot of effort has gone into addressing those, a lot of time, effort. And as you saw, the application is quite robust, coming in at 380 pages, trying to make sure that we addressed all concerns outlined not only in the REO, but also in the pre-application meeting.
Yes, that is correct, Morgan. We did pick this site. So I in fact, this site that you see right here, we very clearly asked for the site that would be the closest that the turbines would come to Highway 180, and that's what they provided here. So yes, we did do that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. This is Chair Ontiveros, and can anyone give me the mileage span of how far these wind turbines are going to be seen? Let's say BREC is going to be the furthest to the west, and this proposed project is going to be the furthest to the east. How many miles would I drive and still be looking at these?
I wish I had a really straightforward answer for you. Unfortunately, I don't. It does come back to the elevation and the vegetation. The nice thing I will say about this particular project in the county is that we actually have elevation in our favor. Whereas, if we were in, the Midwest or rural Texas where it's quite flat, you would see those for miles and miles. The elevation does act in our favor, and the complex terrain in that sense from a visual perspective. As you see from 89 here at 13.4 miles, they're hardly visible. But that really could change depending on where on the site you are. So I don't want to mislead you and say, it's 13 miles or it's 20 miles. It's dependent.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Short, I don't know if you'll have the answer to this, but can you remind me how far the turbines, the current ones on BREC, are off of 180 and 64? Can you give me those mileage distances?
Don't wait, I actually do. Hold on one second. Probably not exactly I can do a measurement on this from roughly where they are, but I'm not remembering exactly how far they are. They're in this area, so they are quite a bit closer. That's like 10 miles right there.
Okay, and then to 64. So these would be about 3 miles further.
Yeah, 3 to 4 miles further. What's the number on that? Yeah, they were a little bit further.
The other
13.4 miles was the distance for that.
Yeah, so it would be about 3 miles further in distance from 180.
Yeah, and this is rough. They could be closer. Don't have the exact measurements here.
The other element, of course, is the elevation. Our project area is not as flat as BREC. And so we have elevation varying by hundreds of feet, which helps to block some of the view shed.
This is about right. This is it. It could be a little bit further here, but this is pretty relatively close.
Okay, so the current ones then, Bob, just so I'm sure I'm understanding this, the current ones are about 10 miles.
Yeah, roughly 10 miles.
Okay, and then
that's
can
rough.
you
That's not exact.
okay, and can you tell me what the distance is from that turbine to Highway 64 in miles?
And you're talking about the turbine from the BREC?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this should be it, but it's, like I said, it's kind of rough, but it's about in this area, based on just some rough calculations I'm doing right now, counting sections basically. 2, 6, 7, 8. So I'm counting like 8 sections so this is the edge of the Forged Ethic project, 3 sections out. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it should be like right in here somewhere in this area. That'd be about 10 miles. Could be a little further, could be a little closer.
Okay, so how far is the current wind turbines on the BREC project from Highway 64? Or I just want to be sure we're talking about the same thing here. Not 180, but Highway 64.
Right. And that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to do to be really precise about it. Because I'm looking at a map of the current project, but I don't have it on this, so it's a little difficult. But it should be about in here. But I can get that to you later if you'd like, just to
Okay.
be a little clear.
Okay. I guess maybe the point I'm making here is that although we say, because I honestly had not been up there, it's been a while since I've been up 180 and 64. So when we did that field trip, I guess what I realized is even though it sounds like they're a long ways away, 10 miles plus, it's really not, they're quite a bit more visible than what one might think with that distance. So that was the reason that I was asking these questions. And what the further, and as far as like the easternmost point would be, who is going to be closest to that? Are these going to be seen from Cameron?
I would say they wouldn't be seen from Cameron. This is pretty far from Cameron where this picture is taken. It's my understanding.
Okay.
Can you comment on that, Morgan?
I guess I'm asking how far east are they going to be? Like, if you could give me a reference point, that's how come I used Cameron. You know, what point on the eastern side are these going to be seen from?
Bob, do you have the map of the Forged Ethic project? Maybe we can show where the turbines are planned. I don't know if you can maybe zoom in on this a little bit.
Let me go back to this, actually the slide show.
I think yeah.
I have this, and they're right. Let's see, right here is the furthest one, correct? I believe that's one right there. Can you see that?
Yes, exactly.
Unfortunately, it doesn't go all. I mean, this is not a full scale map.
Okay. You know, Mr. Short, are you planning on doing a site visit?
Yes.
Okay. That might be, because that does change things. Why don't you let the commissioners know when you're going to be doing a site visit, and then that might help answer some of the questions that are being asked here tonight.
Yep, of course. I will.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to leave my questions there. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So looks like the commissioners have asked all the questions they're going to be asking. I'll ask again, any further questions from the commissioners for either staff or applicant at this time? Okay, seeing none, Mr. McNeely, why don't we go ahead and bump to the Community Development Department update?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And I do see that we have Commissioner Ruggles back with us, so might be worth checking to see if he is able to speak and wanted to make any more comments.
All right, and I do see Commissioner Ruggles' hand raised, so please go ahead. Oh no.
Yeah, he's unmuted and we're not hearing him again. I think this is probably a microphone issue with his computer on having the correct microphone selected or the microphone working.
Okay, Commissioner Ruggles, unfortunately, we still can't hear you.
He may want to try phoning in.
Yeah. You could phone in, that might be a more surefire way. And John, if you can hear me, I re-emailed you the link directly out of our Outlook, which will have the phone info as well.
Okay, Commissioner Ruggles, because I know that you do have questions or comments. Why don't you try phoning in and let's connect that way so we can bring you into the meeting?
Well, Madam Chair, while we're waiting on Commissioner Ruggles to figure out a way to get to where he can speak into the meeting, I would point out, is everyone seeing the agenda on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. That is your only public hearing item scheduled for next month. Thank you all for the discussion, and did want to give you a quick department update here. Items 1 and 2 are both our big long range planning projects going on, managed by Melissa Shaw, and that's the update to the Flagstaff Regional Plan and update to the county's comprehensive plan. So Melissa, if you wanted to give the commissioners a quick update on where we're at with those two plan updates.
Of course, thank you, Jess. Good evening, commissioners. Yeah, I'll just give you an update on these two major planning projects. The first one, as you know, is the Flagstaff Regional Plan update, and we are in the process now. The chapters have been drafted and have been compiled into three parts, which is one document into three parts, and is being reviewed by staff for final comments. And that then will go to the Flagstaff Regional Plan Committee at two meetings the last week in August, August 27th and then 29th. So on either side of your August commission meeting. So the Regional Plan Committee will be reviewing the compiled draft of the regional plan in August. That is in preparation for the 60-day public review, which will be in September through October of this year. I don't have the exact date yet as to when that 60-day public review will begin. So there is, of course, as usual, those meetings are streamed online on Teams, and anyone can submit comments to the Regional Plan Committee by email. So if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer those.
Okay, Ms. Shaw, I'm not seeing any on the Flagstaff Regional Plan. And I'm going to ask you to pause there just out of respect for the applicant on the previous case that we were talking about. Mr. McNeely, do you see that Commissioner Ruggles has reconnected with the meeting?
Chair Ontiveros, no, I do not see that that he is back in this meeting.
Okay, and that's even by phone.
Correct.
Do you see that?
I am seeing a phone here, 928. Might see who that is.
Okay, if that is Commissioner Ruggles, what we're going to do is just go ahead and go to him so he can ask questions of the applicant from the previous case we were talking about. Commissioner Ruggles, if you can hear me, please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we sure can.
Lima Charlie.
Oh, good. We had a IT meltdown here last Sunday, and this is probably the last dealt with problem right now. All my indications here are such that I can hear you very clearly. The computer tells me the mic is working, and here we are. So, yeah, the only question, actually a comment that I had was addressed by Commissioner Wilson, I think, since I was offline for most of that. But I listened in to the staff session and was particularly interested in what Melissa Shaw had to say about the contrast in the photos. I believe, as she does, that contrast shown in the photos for the simulations is marginal at best. I do not believe it actually reflects what the human eye sees. I've looked at enough windmills on clear sunny days with a small amount of horizon haze to know that you should be able to show something that shows the windmill positions in all of the photos considerably better. So I am with her on this. If that can be addressed in any way, I would certainly appreciate it. And I want everybody to keep in mind that I'm particularly adamant about data manipulation. However, in this case, I think a little bit of that is warranted. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Okay, so for the applicant on the first case, I don't think there are any more questions or comments left from the commissioners at this time. So please feel free to stay for the remainder of the study session if you would like, but I did want to get everything out there. So if you guys did want to leave the meeting, you would know that everything had been included. So with that, Mr. McNeely, or actually Ms. Shaw, would you go ahead and go to the Envision 2045 update?
Thank you, Chair Ontiveros. Yes, and so the second project, major planning project that we're working on, as you know, is updating the county's 2015 comprehensive plan. And I'll jump right into our comprehensive plan advisory group had their first meeting in July on the 18th. And those meeting recordings will be posted to our website. And I'm going to go ahead and just share my screen momentarily to show you the members of the advisory group. So can you see my screen?
Yep.
So this is, pardon me, I was getting some feedback. This is from our dedicated webpage for the project. And these are the members of the advisory group. They'll be generally meeting on the third Thursday of the month. And with the next meeting being scheduled for August 15th, they're meeting ideally in person here in our Thomas Auditorium, also with a hybrid option available on Teams, and those will be available for members of the public who wish to join as well. So, so that is happening. The August meeting will be more of a deep dive into the work that we've done to date with the public outreach and then the community survey. So they have that background before going into really understanding the needs and issues that are brought up in the chapters. And then we're currently updating the chapters, and we are planning on having the first chapters ready for their review in September. So that is pretty much the update on the comprehensive plan, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Best, please go ahead.
First of all, I took a picture of the website that you just were on. Is that the best way to access information about Envision 2045?
Yes, it is at this point. We are fortunate to have the public comment service that we've been using to take comments on documents. It is also able to be used as a quote website. So we're using that format for this as well.
Okay, thanks. Second question, 10 years ago, or however many it was, we had a scientific advisory group separate from the committee. I don't even know if we had a committee back then, but anyway, do we have anything like that this time?
We have organized and we met with what we're calling partner agency advisory group, and that includes multiple partner agencies, everything from the Forest Service to BLM to say Flagstaff, that would have those types of technical experts, and we'll be sending the draft chapters to them for comment and review as well. So that's how we opted to incorporate that this time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson.
Ms. Shaw, I'm not sure if I heard you correctly, but it sounded like you said that you're conducting hybrid meetings successfully. Is that true?
Well, we have had one meeting, and all the meetings will be in, like I said, in person in the Thomas conference room. We had our first meeting just this month on the 18th, and we did realize that we need to make some improvements to the microphone. So there are some more things to work out to make that audio better for people that are online. So we'll be working with IT on that. It is a small room, as you know. So we'll be probably rearranging some tables if we have a lot of in-person visitors.
That's very interesting and hopefully encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Ms. Shaw, this is Chair Ontiveros, and I do have a question on number C, where it says County Sustainability Planning for the Comprehensive Plan Update. Sustainability staff is developing a survey for county departments that asks about plans, programs, initiatives that can inform a framework for a sustainability plan, and that this may be included in the update. Like, what is the genesis of that, if you will?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last question? You cut out a little bit. What is the genesis of the?
Like what has prompted or triggered this particular action?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Chair Ontiveros. We, in starting to update the chapters, particularly there, as you may recall, there is currently a chapter dedicated to sustainability. And a lot has changed in the last 10 years. Our sustainability program has grown, and they're actually similar to our comprehensive plan. There is currently not a specific plan that kind of directs how the county might want to go in terms of sustainability planning for the future. So the idea here was to initially internally talk to county departments to find out what that could potentially look like, and then gather that information together and present it with the update to the comprehensive plan to see if that resonated and made sense with the community. It's something that that actually has become a little bit of a lesser priority because we're also working on the Flagstaff Regional Plan. So it was something that we thought, though, could give some at least outline of what a sustainability plan might look like. But then that would not be developed until after the plan was done. So similar to how in the current plan, the energy chapter gave us somewhat of a framework for developing the utility scale renewable energy ordinance. It could potentially provide a framework for that if that's something that the county chose to move forward with.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Commissioner Wilson.
I'm sorry. I left my hand up.
Oh, it's okay. All right. Commissioner Best.
That's my trick. The comprehensive plan, the regional plan of the city seems to be a complete rewrite. For reasons that honestly I don't quite get. How would you summarize what we're doing with Envision 2045? Are we basically taking what we've got and going over it and changing it as necessary, or are we doing a complete rewrite as well?
Well, we are taking our cues, if you will, from the scoping workshop that we held. Well, I believe it was in January of 2023, and some of the comments we got, and I think one of the points that you're alluding to is that people like our current plan very much. There was also, though, the comment that it is quite long, and it's not necessarily digestible if you will, from a user standpoint. So we're taking the approach of trying to streamline the document, certainly streamlining the number of goals and policies while keeping the intent and the basically the wide range of authority that those give to project review. So we're not completely rewriting, although there will be some formatting changes and updates to the chapters that we are hoping will actually add to and bring the current plan up to date based on changes that have occurred in the last 10 years. So I think you'll see more of a blend for the comprehensive plan, but certainly there will be some changes, taking into account what we heard during that scoping process.
And I would certainly expect some changes. I guess while I've got the floor and while you have to listen to me, I would express, and I have expressed this as much as I can about the regional plan, is that I am not offended by a lengthy document, even though it seems a little ponderous, as long as I have in my hand the goals and policies guide, which just lists exactly that, the goals and policies, with a good table of contents and page references so that if you read a goal, you have a reference to the larger document that may explain the reason for the goal or just outline a little bit what it's all about. So I would simply lobby for that. A very effective, well put together goals and policy guide, and an updated yearly implementation guide is a small document, a summary more or less. And then with references to the larger document, you have, I think, a very effective system. You have a short document you can refer to, and if you want to know why an element is in it or an expanded explanation of the element, you can refer to the page number in the larger document and get it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Best. All right. Do any other commissioners have any questions, comments for Ms. Shaw at this time? All right, go ahead and continue on, Ms. Shaw, if you've got further info for us.
The only other thing, and I mentioned this before, we haven't put it back on your update, is about the Brownfields grant that was awarded to NACOG, and we'll keep you updated when those funds become available so that members of the public who are joining in can learn about that opportunity. And that's all I had.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Mr. McNeely. Can you bump us to Board of Supervisors update?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. So the next Board of Supervisors hearing on a P&Z item will be August 20th, where they will hear the appeal of your denial of campground in the Red Lake area within the Red Lake Area Plan, the Grand Canyon Eco Retreat. So that denial appeal will be on August 20th. Any questions on that hearing?
Commissioner Wilson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. McNeely, is that the same request or CUP that had the extensive newspaper story about it this last week?
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Yeah, that was in the newspaper this past week.
Okay. I was wondering, I don't normally read our newspaper much, and I just happened to have come across that particular article, and it talks significantly about what the Planning and Zoning Commission is doing and how things work with us. I would ask that, if possible in the future, if staff is aware of media coverage of our efforts, that perhaps they be able to share that with us so that everyone is aware. Thank you.
Absolutely, will do.
All right, thank you. And I guess Commission and Staff Roundtable is the last thing.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. The only thing we put on here was just letting the commissioners who didn't attend know that we had a great field trip on July 19th with 4 of the commissioners. We did get to see, as has been mentioned, the BREC, Babbitt Ranches Energy Center, wind turbines up and operating from both Highway 180 and 64. And we visited 3 campgrounds, one north of Valley, one in the Garland Prairie area, and then one in the Belmont area. So was a good experience. Even had some follow-on communication from one of the commissioners with one of the applicants. And I think it was a great learning experience. I'd like to make that a kind of a regular occurring, maybe once a year retreat and once a year field visit for anyone who wants to visit things that are significant. And it was timely in seeing and understanding on the ground what things look like for some cases that have become some regular cases for you. So I would welcome any comments on that field trip.
Mr. McNeely, it doesn't look like you're going to get any. You definitely threw it out there, but it doesn't look like.
We're not getting the rave reviews we were hoping for.
No, it was a great. I will tell you that it was a great field trip. I am really, really glad that I went on it, not only because I got to see these campgrounds that we see them on paper and then you get to see them come to fruition. And there was a pretty diverse, quite a bit of diversity between the campgrounds that we saw, if you will. So that was interesting seeing that as well. And just the timeliness of, like, I'm going to call it coincidence, of being up 180 and up Highway 64 and seeing the wind turbines from the BREC. And now here we are just a matter of weeks later, actually seeing another case coming before us. So I think the timing, at least for me, it was good for both of those reasons. So Commissioner Best, I see your hand raised. Go ahead and take it from here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really enjoyed the trip. Thanks for setting it up. One thing that impressed me was I didn't see any customers. I don't think I saw a single customer. And I think these places were full, but apparently the customers are gone during the day. There was quite a variety. One was a campground of the type that, we try to make these things so if the people decide to end the campground, they can sort of walk away and leave the area without too much damage. And that was certainly the case with this one. Very simple. One was quite the glamping experience. If you have $500, you can go spend one night there. And it was quite impressive. And the other one was more of a Belmont truck stop sort of. So it was quite a variety and very, very interesting to see the different types of campgrounds. Good job selecting a variety of them. So thank you for setting that trip up.
Absolutely. With that, Madam Chair, maybe see if any of the commissioners have any other topics for roundtable.
Yeah, we're at roundtable, so it's open to staff and commissioners. If you got anything, bring it up. Well, I will just ask Mr. Short, do you have any idea when you might be doing the site visit for the proposed energy project on Babbitt Ranches?
Madam Chair, that would we'd generally do that between, let's see, somewhere during the second or third week of August. I was actually just sent an email to the applicant to see if they'd have anyone available to go on that site visit with us. But I don't have an exact date yet.
Okay. You know what? I know you'll be in contact and maybe a couple of dates. You know how we usually do that?
Right. Yes.
Yeah, I'll throw it out there, Bob, or Mr. Short. I know that you'll take it from there. We'll just wait.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't have anything else. I'm not seeing any other hands raised. So I say we take about a 10-minute break and start the hearing at 5:30.
Thank you, Madam Chair. See you all back.
Okay. Okay, Mr. McNeely, this is Chair Aunt Taveras. I'm just making sure staff is ready to go.
You're muted. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, staff is ready to go.
Okay, and I have, let's see. I'm just checking to see if Commissioner Williams is in. She's trying to get in.
Okay.
And she is waiting. Are you guys seeing Commissioner Williams trying to get in? Because she's waiting. And she follows that up with she's having difficulty. So I'm just going to let her know that I let you guys know. So just be looking and offer assistance as needed.
Will do.
Okay, and so with that, Mr. McNeely, it is 5:30 p.m. and I'm going to call the meeting to order. So I'm going to start with the meeting rules and procedures. And welcome to the July 31st, 2024 meeting of the Coconino County Planning and Zoning Commission. Cases will be heard in the order they appear on the agenda. Following the staff presentation, the applicant and/or the applicant's representative may address the commission. As an applicant, if you agree with the staff report and have no additional information, please feel free to keep your comments brief. Any relevant comments are welcome. Following the applicant's presentation, I will make a call to the public. If you wish to address this case, please state your name and address. We ask that your comments be limited to 3 minutes or less. Comments must be relevant to the case. Please address all comments to the commission. No matter how strongly you may feel about the case, all comments must be polite and courteous. After all interested public have spoken, the public comment portion will be closed. Discussion will then take place amongst commissioners. Decisions of this commission regarding any zone change or preliminary subdivision plat approval are referred to the Board of Supervisors as a recommendation. All other case decisions are binding unless appealed to the Board of Supervisors. If you disagree with the commission's decision, you have 15 days to appeal. Please contact staff at the Community Development Office for appeal procedures. Due to the virtual nature of this meeting, I will be doing a roll call vote of the commissioners to ensure accuracy for the record. Please mute your speakers and turn off your camera. And also, please do not use the comment function for discussion. It is for communicating with staff if you are having a technical issue. With that, thank you all for joining us this evening and actively participating in our county planning. The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I would like to ask everyone to please stand, and Mr. McNeely, if you would please lead us.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Mr. McNeely. Get back in your chair. The second item on the agenda is the approval of the June 26, 2024 minutes. If there are no corrections, I will accept a motion and a second, please.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the June 26 minutes as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Wilson and a second by Commissioner Bass for approval of the June 26, 2024 minutes. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Wilson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Burton.
Aye.
Commissioner Best.
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles. Do we still have Commissioner Ruggles with us?
Madam Chair, I believe we still have his cell phone. He is in the meeting from his computer, and I believe he was using his cell phone before to speak. I'm not sure if that's. I still see 1928 number in the meeting.
Right.
He was from a 928 number. I can't absolutely confirm if that's his number.
Right. I agree. Commissioner Ruggles, this is Chair Aunt Taveras. I'm doing a roll call on the motion for approval of the minutes. If you can hear me, give me a yay or nay. Okay, so I think this is something we're just going to have to deal with. Commissioner Ruggles, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, now I can hear you now. I'm doing a roll call on the approval of the minutes. Do you vote aye on that?
That is an aye.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, Commissioner Tohi.
Aye.
Okay, Commissioner Walsh.
Aye.
All right, and I do see that Commissioner Williams has joined us. So Commissioner Williams.
Thank you. That's an aye.
Okay, thank you. This is Chair Aunt Taveras. I also vote aye. The motion passes unanimously. On our public hearings this evening, items 1 and 2, specifically CUPs 24-023 and 027, are both requests for the use of an RV as a permanent residence. Both have staff approval with recommended conditions, and both are similar to other cases we have approved. Do any commissioners want to discuss either of these cases or move forward? Raise your hand if you want to discuss. Otherwise, I'm going to move it forward on consent agenda. Okay, seeing no hands raised, I'm going to ask if there is anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on either of these cases. If so, please raise your hand. And I am not seeing any, so I'm going to, there is no public comment, so I will accept a motion in a second to move both of these cases forward with approval.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve CUPs 24-023 and 24-027 as presented with the conditions included.
I'll second that.
I second.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Wilson, a second by Commissioner Williams for approval of CUP 24-023 and 24-027. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Wilson?
Aye.
Commissioner Vice Chair Burton?
Aye.
Commissioner Best?
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles?
Aye.
Okay, Commissioner Tohi?
Aye.
Commissioner Walsh?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams?
Aye.
This is Chair Ontiveros. I also vote aye. The motion passes unanimously. The third item on the agenda is a request from the Coconino County Parks and Recreation Commission requesting that the P&Z initiate a zone change.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Jess with staff. And this item, we discussed initiating this zone change with you last month at your study session. This is a little bit different than most of your public hearing items in that we went through a presentation last month, and we'll go through it again. And Jessica Simmons, our wildlife planner, who is shared between Parks and Rec Department and the Community Development Department, is going to give you a presentation. But as stated in the agenda, the request here is just to initiate the zone change, as the Planning and Zoning Commission does have the authority to initiate zone changes. So Jessica, if you want to go ahead and give the presentation, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McNeely. Good evening, commissioners and everyone. This is Jessica Simmons. I'm the wildlife planner for the county. Is everyone hearing me and seeing my screen okay?
Yep.
Looks and sounds great.
In here.
Thank you. As I went over last month, I'll try to keep this short. This is a request from the Planning, Parks and Recreation Commission to the Planning and Zoning Commission to initiate a zone change to open space on certain county-owned parcels that are currently being operated as public parks and areas for low-impact recreation. And this rezone is being requested because the zoning that these parcels currently have is the zoning that they had when they were obtained by the county, which allow for development. So just to reorient everybody on where these parcels are located, this map is of Kachina Village. This is I-17 right here. And we're looking at this little stripy parcel right here, this little rectangular one, this big one here. This is Pump House Wash and Raymond Park. This arrow-shaped one, these three here that are by the culvert that goes under Kachina Trail. These two general zoned ones here by Ancient Trail, and then this one here over at Herrenberg Wash. And then the other parcels are at Rogers Lake, and they are this very large parcel that encompasses most of the county natural area. These 80 acres here that are a community forest. And then these three parcels here are the Frontieri property. And I have a possible change from last month. I've circled these two small parcels here. They're 10 acres each. I've circled them because just in the past 24 hours, there's been a little bit of internal discussion at Parks and Rec on whether to pull these two parcels out of the list of parcels to be rezoned to open space. They are, this entire Frontieri property, all three parcels are under a conservation easement, but there is a building envelope called out in the conservation easement that allows for the development of buildings. And that was done because of those buildings that are currently there, but which will be demolished in the next couple of months, I believe. I had a date, but now I can't remember the exact date. So it's possible that Parks and Recreation will want to pull these two parcels out of this rezoning request and leave them with their current zoning, which is general. So those are two just up in the air right now. So I have those circled for you, but I'll have some more firm answers for you. in my next presentation.
Okay, you know what? I would just like to ask everyone, I'm hearing somebody. I would just like to ask anyone who is in the meeting to please mute. Go ahead, Ms. Simmons.
Thank you, Chair Ontiveros. And this discussion that we did have with Parks and Rec came from a question that was raised when I presented to the commission last month, which was wondering about the original reason for the county to acquire these parcels, and if Parks and Rec is sure that they want them rezoned to be open space and that it won't preclude any type of developments or any other activities that the county might want to do on these parcels in the future. So that's where this kind of came from. So that question was discussed at Parks and Recreation over this past month. So this is just a quick description of open space. I know all the commissioners are familiar with it. I added this yellow text here. There was a question from Commissioner Best about clarifying that forest treatments like thinning and burning and forest management would be allowed, and that absolutely would be allowed. So I added that. So in conclusion, the Parks and Recreation Commission believes that these parcels should be zoned as open space, and that's based on their use, and also in order to protect their natural beauty and ecosystems values going into the future. And they have therefore requested that the Planning and Zoning Commission initiate a zone change on these two open spaces. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Simmons. I'm going to ask Mr. Lloyd Hansen if you could please mute. I just saw you did. Thank you so much for that. Do the commissioners have any questions for Ms. Simmons at this time? Oh, Commissioner Wilson, go ahead, please.
Ms. Simmons, could you go back to the map that showed the Kachina Village area, please? It appears there's several other general zoned sections right now that are not included in this request. Is there a reason why some are and some are not?
Yes, those are not owned by the county.
That makes really good sense. Thank you very much.
Except for this one. This one is part of the hardscaped portion of Raymond Park, but these two are privately owned.
And over on the western side there, same thing?
These are not owned by the county.
Thank you very much.
I believe this one is that, I don't know what it is, a water treatment plant or something that's right there, and I don't know what these are.
All right, thank you. I'm going to reach out again. Any questions for Ms. Simmons from the commissioners? All righty, then I think with that, I will ask if there is anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you Lloyd Hansen?
I'm Lloyd Hansen, and I'm the only person up here that lives here year round, and I have no issues with this development.
Okay. All right.
In fact,
thank you.
my house is right across from his driveway. I mean, I get enough looky-loos up here who can't read a sign that says dead end and don't know how to turn around in a cul-de-sac. So I don't have a problem with, 4 or 5 families living down the hill.
Mr. Hansen, what case are you talking about?
You want a number?
Yeah.
It's case number ZC24003.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Zone
Okay.
change.
Got it. Mr. Hansen, okay, thank you for those comments. We're on, that is agenda item number 5. We're currently on number 3. So feel free to hang out for another couple of cases, okay?
Are you going to show what case you're on when I want to get back in?
Well, you can just stay in because we're going to be on that case in just a minute. So
all right,
just please mute, and then we'll pick that case up in just a little bit.
I'll mute myself. Thank you.
And Mr. Hansen, it would be helpful if you'd also turn your camera off. We do this meeting with cameras off. It appears that your camera's on. So if you've got a way to turn your camera off in this meeting, there you go. Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Simmons, no, excuse me. That was, it does not appear that we have anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case. So with that, I need a motion to initiate a zone change. And a
This is
second.
Commissioner Walsh. I would like to make a motion with respect to case number AM 24002 to approve initiating the zone change as requested by the Parks and Recreation Commission.
I'll second that.
Okay, I have you know what? I don't know why I'm confused here, but where are you getting that reference number? I think you said AM, Commissioner
Yeah.
Walsh?
It's in the subject line
Yeah.
of the.
Got
in the
it, got
subject
it,
line?
got it. I apologize. Yep, okay. Who seconded that? I know Commissioner Walsh made the motion. Who seconded
Commissioner
that?
Wilson.
Okay, I've got a motion by Commissioner Walsh and a second by Commissioner Wilson to initiate this zone change. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Wilson,
Aye.
Vice Chair Burton,
Aye.
Commissioner Best,
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles, Commissioner Ruggles, I'm going to come back to him. Commissioner Tohi,
Aye.
Commissioner Walsh,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
This is Chair Ontiveros, and Commissioner Ruggles, this is Chair Ontiveros. Can you give us your vote on that, please?
Commissioner Ruggles here, and I vote aye.
Got it. Thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Okay, the motion passes unanimously. The fourth item on the agenda is case CUP 24-018.
Thank you, Madam Chair. While Kelly is getting her screen up, wanted to introduce this case, a conditional use permit for 2 metal storage containers, and looks like Kelly, being from our staff, has her screen shared. So Kelly, if you could go ahead and give the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. McNeely. Can everyone see my screen and hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. This is CUP-24-18. The property owners and applicants for this request are Rogelio and Leticia Ledesma. Rogelio also goes by Roger. This is located at 8095 Hollow Ridge Road in Donny Park. The zoning is AR 2.5, that's agricultural residential with 2.5 acre minimum parcel size. Property is 2.5 acres. This is in Supervisor Begay's district, and the request is for 2 permanent 8x40 metal storage containers. Here's a vicinity map showing the location of the parcel. You can see it's just off of Townsend, Winona, and Rio Rancho Road. Here's an aerial photo of the property. For scale here, you can see the house in the center and one of the metal storage containers in this photo just to the east of it. A little bit of background, the zoning ordinance does allow 1 8x20 permanent metal storage container by right, so a CUP would not be necessary. However, in order to exceed that size and quantity, a conditional use permit can be approved. If you're wondering why the containers are here before they had approval, it's just because they didn't know. As soon as they were made aware, they did apply. Staff advised that they could get a CUP to allow the 2 containers, so they are requesting that both of them be approved tonight. Here's one of the original photos of the container, which I showed you at the study session last month. And here's some photos that were in the staff report showing the existing conditions. You can see both storage containers and a shed, and they're surrounded by some outdoor storage. The applicant has made clear that they would like to move this storage into the containers. They just want to make sure they have approval first before they do that. Here's a site plan. If you'll notice that north is actually at the bottom of the page. This is the house in the center. And here's where the two containers are located on their site plan, well away from the setbacks. Because the visual impact was the biggest concern at the study session, I thought I'd take you on a very quick photo tour around this area. I'll show you a few different locations that you can see the container from to give you a better perspective on what this actually looks like. And the locations are circled in yellow here. First one is Townsend, Winona. It is very, very briefly visible from Townsend, Winona in between houses and trees. It is just for a second. It's not safe to try to get a picture. So this is from Google Maps. You can see it's very far away and it blends in pretty well with the houses behind it. If you were to turn on Rio Rancho from Townsend, Winona, this is the view that you would see. You can see the container, but because the color does match the house pretty well, it blends in decently well. Doesn't look like a metal storage container from this far away. Just looks like a painted shed. And if you were to go a little bit further north on Rio Rancho Road, you could see through a couple of fences that the container is still visible. Again, it's pretty far away and blends in with the house. And if you were to turn on Hollow Ridge Road, then you can see it more clearly. There is some landscaping that has since been installed. You can see the trees block the view a little bit, but that raised container is visible from Hollow Ridge. And from the applicant's property line, this is the north property line, you can see the raised container pretty well, and also some of that outdoor storage. And on the property line to the west, you can see a little bit of the storage. You get a pretty clear view of a car that they would like to put in one of the containers. Right now it's covered in a green tarp. It is operable. It's just a vintage car that they would like to protect from the elements. Looking at this photo, staff believes if the container that's currently raised was lowered and nicely painted, it would be a lot less visible than it is now from this western property line. And it may help improve the visual impact by getting some of this outdoor storage inside. For the citizen participation plan, 14 property owners were notified within 300 feet. They were invited to a meeting. One person did attend the meeting and didn't have any concerns. Staff did receive a call in opposition. The caller stated they may attend the meeting tonight. If they're online, they're welcome to speak and let you know their thoughts. Staff analysis of this is that approval of the containers could improve the visual impact of the outdoor storage. That seems a little more visually disruptive than the containers if they were painted nicely and everything was moved inside. The lot size is pretty large compared to some past projects that we've approved similar to this. And they're located really close to the house. Again, that kind of helps reduce the visual impact because it tends to blend in with the existing color. Other properties in the area, as you may have noticed, do have vehicles and equipment stored outdoors. So this isn't totally out of character for the area. And as we've already seen, the gray color blends in pretty well. However, staff does believe that the containers should be painted neatly and they should both be at ground level. This is a pretty well-kept area. There's a lot of nice landscaping, and you don't want the containers to stick out too much from the rest of the neighborhood. Here are the findings of fact for a conditional use permit and staff's proposed conditions. And staff is recommending approval of CUP-24-18 with the recommended conditions. Are there any questions on this one?
Commissioner Wilson, please go ahead.
Ms. Bingham, could you go back to the conditions? That was a little fast. I didn't get a chance to actually read them.
Yes, absolutely. I can leave these on the screen.
Thank you. So on item number 4 there, the current items are being required to be placed inside the containers, but any future items could be piled around the exterior. Is that correct?
They would still be required to be in compliance with zoning ordinance section 4.7. That applies regardless. This is just saying that the existing material should be moved in consistent with the applicant's plan. But this section always applies regardless of whether or not a CUP is involved.
Okay, the opposition that was phoned in, do we know what their point of contention was?
Commissioner Wilson, I did not take that call. I'm not sure what their point of contention was, other than potentially the visual impact, but that is just an assumption. And I would invite the person, if they're online, to state their own perspective. Not sure if they are tonight.
And just a general question, could a condition be including some landscaping around these containers to soften the impact?
That could be, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, I do not see, are there any other questions from commissioners for Ms. Bingham at this time? I'm not seeing any, so I would like to ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative would like to address the commission. I would also like to ask if you have received the staff report and if you understand the conditions that are written in it. Okay, Ms. Bingham, you did say that the applicant is with us this evening?
Chair Ontiveros, I have actually not seen the applicant online. I spoke with them earlier today. They plan to attend, but I haven't had any communication since then.
Okay. And that's fine. They do not have to be. So I'm going to go ahead and ask if there's anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening. If so, please raise your hand or unmute. And seeing none, I'm going to close it to the public comment section and open it up at commission discussion. Commissioner Wilson, would you please start us this evening?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little concerned that we want to quadruple the authorized, otherwise authorized by right storage space here with no real plan to mitigate the impacts. A little paint would help. Certainly dropping the one off the trailer chassis would help. But that's still a lot of large flat surface in an area that otherwise has a fair amount of vegetation. So I would like other commissioners to consider perhaps adding some type of landscaping requirement to help soften the impact to the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Vice Chair Burton.
I would rather see the shipping containers than the miscellaneous items around the property. So I can make the findings for this, especially if that one unit is taken off of its off that trailer rigging and put at ground level.
Thank you, Vice Chair Burton. And that is being addressed, of course, with condition number 3. Commissioner Best.
Thank you. Would section 4.7 require removal of the chassis?
Commissioner Best, I can address that. Section 4.7 of the zoning ordinance only addresses outdoor storage in the sense of unoperable vehicles, construction materials, things like that. It does not address metal storage containers specifically. And the section that does address metal storage containers did not anticipate them ever being raised up like that. So there's nothing in the zoning ordinance relevant.
I can't quite remember what the chassis look like, but it could be fairly unsightly and large if it's not removed. So maybe that's something we should discuss. I think I concur with Commissioner Wilson that some landscaping would be a good idea. I wonder if you might suggest how we would define that. Would we say 1 plant unit or 2 plant units? I know that there is technical language about landscaping, but I'm not familiar with it. So, and maybe we should go through everybody speak and then see if the chassis issue and the landscaping issue are supported by others. Maybe we could come to a conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Best. Commissioner Ruggles. Commissioner Ruggles, this is Chair Ontiveros. If you can hear me, I see you unmuted. It is your turn to join a commissioner discussion, please.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I have a problem here with participating because about every 5 minutes, the telephone mutes me whether or not I want to be muted. So I'm going to attempt to continue. Okay, Commissioner Wilson makes a very good point with landscaping. I think that that was one of my first thoughts about this because I think back probably 10 or 11 years, and that was one of the things wherein we have storage containers on a property like this that we have required landscaping. Second thing is that condition number 3 requires removing the chassis from the container and having it placed on grade, or at grade. So I think that answers that question. And I'm kind of curious at this point as to what other commissioners may have to say about the possibility of requiring some landscaping. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Commissioner Tohi.
Thank you. I don't have any problems with this request, and I also make the findings. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Walsh.
I like the suggestion of some landscaping. I can make the findings with the conditions suggested. I do wonder if they take it off that chassis, then does that chassis become another piece of junk on the property? And if they landscape, maybe they can leave it on the chassis. I don't know. I can make the findings. I don't really have a problem with this. I like that they're going to paint it. And trees are always welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Williams.
I don't have a problem with the conditions. As written, I think getting rid of the chassis and dropping it down to only, I don't know if it's I guess it's only an 8 foot, not a 9 foot high. So it's really not that high. I don't agree that we should require any landscaping, honestly, because then I feel like out in Donny Park, I mean, you look at the aerial view, there aren't that many trees, and there's going to be more containers, and then is everybody going to be required to plant trees? I just think if it's nicely painted to match the house, and they're both at grade, and they're only 8 feet high, that's fine. So that's my take on it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Williams. This is Chair Ontiveros. Commissioner Williams actually took my talking point because I was going to say exactly what she said. I will just add one thing, and that is, even if we were, you know, it is what it is. And I do prefer to have items in a container rather than out of a container. And I don't think that anyone could make an argument and say storage containers are really appealing. That said, I don't know that landscaping is going to really make a difference in this case. So I'm in favor of leaving it just as it is with the conditions that are written into the staff report. So I'm sitting here trying to think, if we were to do this democratically, I believe Commissioner Wilson, Commissioner Ruggles, and Commissioner Best. I'm trying to think. It looks like it's a pretty even split, but between, do we want to landscape it or don't we? I'm going to go ahead and go back to you, Commissioner Wilson. I'm going to do one more turn, but that's where I'm at. So Commissioner Wilson, final thoughts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I still believe that some type of landscaping to soften that 40-foot long flat surface on either side of it would be beneficial for the neighbors, especially considering that this permit is permanent and that those will be there for a long, long time. And neighbors who may not live there now could be moving in and would appreciate the fact that they weren't looking at the side of a storage container or shipping container, excuse me. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner, Vice Chair Burton.
Madam Chair, if I could interrupt real quick,
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Wilson.
It appears the applicant has just logged in, so I just wanted to make you aware of that.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead. Vice Chair Burton, what are your thoughts? Landscaping, no landscaping?
I don't think it's necessarily appropriate to require landscaping. I'm kind of the same mind as Commissioner Williams.
Okay, Commissioner Best.
I would be enthusiastic about landscaping if it were generally approved by the commission. It is not, so I'll let it go. I would like to change condition 3 to say removed from the chassis and placed at grade, and the chassis would be removed from the property or placed in the container.
Okay. Commissioner Ruggles, what are your thoughts on the discussion you've been hearing?
Okay, several things now. I think conditions 3 and 4 cover what Commissioner Best was asking for completely. Second thing is that I have heard what you and Commissioner Williams have had to say about this, and I think you make very good arguments for accepting the conditions as written for approval. The fact of the matter is that you, Madam Chair, have made a compromise that I think I should pay attention to in saying that, because you've got storage containers. They're going to be used. That will take care of some of the clutter that sometimes accompanies uncontained storage on a property. And for me, so I am in favor of the CUP with the conditions as written.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Commissioner Tohi?
Thank you again. Yes, I make the findings. I don't have a problem, and I don't think we should require any additional requirements as far as landscaping is concerned. I think removing the chassis, if it ends up being stored outside, then number 4 will take care of that, because that means it would have to be stored somewhere that won't be an additional eyesore. But just making sure that it meets all these conditions
that's what I would like to see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Walsh?
Again, I can make the findings with the conditions as written. Trees are always welcome in our neighborhood, and I agree with Commissioner Tohi that number 4 will take care of any outdoor materials that need to be screened. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Williams, do you have anything additional?
No, I think I covered it all in the first round.
Okay, and this is Chair Ontiveros. I don't have anything additional at this time either. So with that, I am going to ask if the applicant, I do see that you have joined us. I do realize that it is a bit out of order, but you were not here when I asked if the applicant wanted to address the commission. If you would like to address the commission, you can. And my question was, do you understand the recommended conditions of approval? Okay, and the applicant does not have to address the commission, so I'm going, oh, okay, you have unmuted. So if you would like, Mr. Ledesma, please go ahead.
Yes.
State your name and address for the record. And then again, I just wanted to know if you understood the conditions of approval.
Yes, I'm just get in right now. I have a hard time to connect it. So I'm sorry, I don't hear everything.
Okay. Okay. Did you receive the staff report?
Yes.
Okay. And
yes, I read everything.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And could you just state your address for the record, please?
Yes, the address 8094 Carlo Ridge Road, Flagstaff 86004.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. With that, I'm going to ask, I'm going to accept a motion in a second now, please.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll move that we approve the conditional use permit CUP-24-018 with the conditions as written.
I'll second that.
Second that.
Okay, I have a motion by Vice Chair Burton, a second by Commissioner Williams for approval of CUP 24018. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Wilson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Burton.
Aye.
Commissioner Best.
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles.
Aye.
Commissioner Tohi.
Aye.
Commissioner Walsh.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
This is Chair Ontiveros. I also vote aye. The motion passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is ZC 24003.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Mr. Ladenza, I will let you know that your the CUP was approved. So feel free to stay with us for the rest of the hearing if you would like. You do not need to. I would like to ask if you do stay, if you could turn your camera off, please.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. McNeely, let's bump to the next hearing or next item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Zach Schwartz from our staff is managing this case. And Zach, if you are ready, go ahead. One very out of order, Madam Chair, I would like to point out, I know Ms. Bingham Kelly just wrapped up a case and we just jumped into this one. This is not on your agenda, but did want to point out to the commissioners that that Kelly Bingham, this is most likely her last public hearing with you. So she did a great job with that case that you just wrapped up and approved. And Kelly has been accepted into a great grad school program in London that she will be attending this fall. And so we are happy to send her on to get more education in a even larger realm of planning. So if you could please congratulate Kelly on her acceptance into grad school in London and thank her for her service here.
Wow. Well, this is Chair Antiveros, and thank you for bringing that to our attention. And it is a welcome out of order kind of a situation. Ms. Bingham, it has been a pleasure working with you. And wow, congratulations. You go, girl.
Thank you all. It has really been a pleasure working with you guys. You're a great commission, and I've learned a lot from you. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Kelly. It's been great having you, and we'll all plan to come visit. So good luck.
Congratulations, Kelly.
We expect to see you back here, though, at some point, at least for a visit.
Yeah, that would be great. All right. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, and best of luck, Kelly. All right, now with that, let's go ahead and bump to the next one, Mr. McNeely.
Okay, thanks, Zach, for sharing your screen, and if you could go ahead and get the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'll be sticking around, so you're stuck with me. And tonight we have case ZC. Thank you. We have case ZC 24003, the Hewitt zone change. The property owner is Unity Trust from Phoenix, and the applicant is Carissa Hewitt from Munns Park. Property is located at 1430 East Puma Place in Munns Park. And the subject property is 6.93 acres. It's actually a split zone piece between the RS6 and RS6000 zone. So both of those are single family residential zones, one with a 6-acre parcel size minimum and one with a 6,000 square foot parcel size minimum. This request is a zone change for the entire parcel to go to the RS 40,000 zone. So that would just change it so that the entire parcel has a 40,000 square foot parcel size minimum. Here's a vicinity map. So this is Munns Park, and on the east side of I-17 is the Pinewood subdivision. Unit 12 is up here on the east side, and the subject property is at the very northeast corner of Pinewood Unit 12. You can see here this shape, that's the RS6. The parcel also, it's combined with one of the lots back here, that's RS 6000. So just a small portion of it is that. And that's so it retains access through Puma Place and through the right of way through the Pinewood subdivision. To the north is Coconino National Forest, and the same to the east. To the west is Open Space Zone, and this is basically Munns Canyon. And to the south, these are all developed properties in the RS 6000 zone. This is an aerial of the subject property, so it's very heavily treed with not just mature ponderosa pine, but all sorts of deciduous trees as well, and bushes. Here's an existing home on the subject property. You can't see very well, but there is a driveway through here up to the existing home. And these down here are the existing homes nearby. Munns Canyon again on the west side. And this is just a photo of the existing home on the subject property. So the applicant is requesting this zone change to allow for a minor land division, basically splitting the property into 5 separate parcels for 4 new home sites. So the applicant, one of the parcels that would be created would be 3.2 acres in area, and that would include the site of the existing home. And the remaining 4 parcels would be approximately 40,000 square feet. And for those of you who might not know, an acre is 43,560 square feet. So just under an acre in parcel size for 4 of those properties. The proposed parcels would use infrastructure that all the other properties in the Pinewood subdivision use. So water coming from Arizona Water Company, wastewater coming from Pinewood Sanitary District, and fire and emergency services coming from Pinewood Fire District. So this is a survey of the subject property, and this was attached to the staff report. I've put it on its side so that it fits the slide, but north is to the left-hand side, and the applicant here on the right side of your screen, that's Puma Place. They show the existing driveway, and then these dotted lines here, that shows where an access easement is proposed that would come up and allow for access through the property to all of the to the 4 parcels that are requested that are just under an acre. And so the size and shape of this easement, it does meet the requirements of the subdivision ordinance that regulates land splits. And I'll just jump right into comprehensive plan analysis. So there are 2 goals in the land use and growth element of the comprehensive plan that support this request, and I'll just read them aloud because it's just 2. The first is ensure a range of housing choices in a variety of communities that are well designed in terms of character, natural environment, and availability of services. The second is concentrate development near existing infrastructure and services while conserving ecosystems and landscapes. And there is 1 goal in 4 policies related to conservation of environmentally sensitive features. So in the next couple slides, I'll just go through how staff is recommending that happen on this property, because staff has identified that there are environmentally sensitive features on the property. And there's a definition for environmentally sensitive features that comes from both the zoning ordinance and the subdivision ordinance that I put on the screen now. So I'll just read that out. So they are elements in the landscape that play a particularly large role in supporting wildlife and plant diversity. And they're at the same time especially sensitive to degradation. The definition goes on to include a number of different features, and I've just slimmed it down here to the ones that staff has observed on site: floodplains, steep slopes, and rock outcroppings. So as far as steep slopes and rock outcroppings, there were some photos that you're probably seeing better in your actual packet, but very steep slope here. There's a topography map here on the left side of your screen. So those of you who might not be that familiar, every line that you see is a change in elevation of 7 feet. So you see the lines are pretty far apart here. This is relatively flat. This is very, very steep here. And there's more flat area up here. And this photo, I believe I took it from here, around here, looking up this way at the house. You can't see the house because of the trees, but it's way up there. So this is definitely some steep slope here. And then there are some rock outcroppings on the property as well. I believe I took this photo, maybe it was about here. But this wouldn't be all of the rock outcroppings that are on the property, or at least I'm not sure that I've shown them all in the staff report. What staff is recommending here is that the applicant, if you decide to approve this zone change, that the applicant submit a new survey where they have calculated out steep slope, and that's defined as 25% or higher. And they show where rock outcroppings are on the survey, and they either create easements that would preserve them or building envelopes outside of those areas that would be the exclusive places for development. And floodplain is also an environmentally sensitive feature. And so according to the FEMA map shown here, there's floodplain on the western portion of the property where part of Munns Canyon is up here in this area where floodplain is shown. Staff is also recommending either easements or building envelopes in order to preserve it. And here's just a photo of down at the wash. This might be on the property. It might be very close to it in Munns Canyon. I couldn't find survey markers around to tell exactly where I was. As far as citizen participation, the applicant notified property owners within 300 feet of the subject property. So that was 28 property owners. The applicant held a meeting on the subject property on April 29th, 2024 to discuss the request and see if there were any comments from the neighbors on the request. And there were attendees that were concerned about potential trespass during construction. The applicant noted that they could use fencing in order to mitigate. Staff's take on this is that staff doesn't believe that trespassing would be likely in this case. These would be for additional home sites, single family residential, and trespassing in general is enforced through the sheriff's office. However, if the applicant does want to place some fencing on the property, staff has recommended a condition that any new fencing or modification to existing fencing be wildlife friendly fencing. These are the 3 findings of fact that the Planning and Zoning Commission needs to make in order to approve the zone change. So I'll just go ahead and read them out in case there's any opposition in the audience tonight. So the first finding is that the change is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan in this ordinance. And staff's response is that the zone change provides a variety of housing choices and in an area with existing infrastructure, which is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan and the zoning ordinance. Environmentally sensitive features would be preserved through easement or through building envelopes that would avoid them, as recommended in the conditions of the staff report. Second finding that needs to be made is that the change will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, comfort, convenience, and welfare. And staff's response to that is that the proposed zone change is consistent with this finding because it retains lower but compatible density zoning as compared to the rest of the Pinewood subdivision, and only 5 total parcels are requested. The third finding that needs to be made is that the change will not adversely affect the established character of the surrounding neighborhood, nor be detrimental to adjacent properties. And staff's response is similar to the last response, is that the density that's requested is a little bit lesser than what you see in the Pinewood subdivision, but it is consistent with the character of the neighborhood. And so with that, staff is recommending approval of case ZC 24003, subject to the recommended conditions. And I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Do the commissioners have any questions for Mr. Schwartz? Commissioner Best, please go ahead.
Yeah, it seems I'm pretty uncomfortable with trying to get, is it 4 more houses on this lot with driveways on a lot that seems to be pretty much taken up by steep slopes, floodplain, rock outcroppings. It seems like sometimes when we do this, we require a little more layout so that we see the building envelopes and we see how access is going to be attained to those buildings. I think what you're proposing here is that happened after rezoning. Are you comfortable with that? Do you think that?
Matt, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just wondering if that is practical.
Sure, Madam Chair, Commissioner Best. So, unfortunately, in this case, the environmentally sensitive features weren't. I guess it kind of slipped through the cracks where the staff was not aware of them until later on in the process. And so that might have been something that could have been mentioned at a pre-application meeting, and then we might already have that laid out. But I do think that we have properties here that are large enough to avoid those features and still allow for a developable area. So I think, and I am not an engineer or a surveyor, so I didn't go through a complete analysis of exactly where those areas are. But mostly I think what you're looking at for steep slope is going to be, because the steep slope is defined as 25%, it's mostly going to be right around here somewhere. Rock outcroppings maybe a little bit here, maybe a little bit over here. and floodplain over here. With these properties being about an acre in size, even with the setbacks for the zone, I think that there's going to be plenty of developable space. If the applicant submits after the fact for a minor land division and we find that there's too much of that there's not enough buildable space, well, then the applicant will have to come back to the commission and try to figure that out, or maybe reduce a lot or so. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think that makes sense. If you're going to robustly represent the values of the slopes and the rock outcroppings and the floodplain, and I'm fairly comfortable with that. Did our wildlife planner take a look?
I'm happy with the conditions. Other than that, I did not have any specific wildlife concerns, just what I call my boilerplate concerns, which are wildlife friendly fencing, which has been mentioned, weed control, lighting. So yeah, with the what Mr. Schwartz mentioned about the building envelopes and building restrictions, I'm happy with that, if that's feasible. I also, not an engineer, not, I don't know exactly how that would work, but I'm happy with that, the way he described it.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, are there any other questions for staff at this time? Commissioner Ruggles, it looks like you are unmuted. If you would like, please go ahead and talk.
Yes, if you can hear me. The telephone that I have, and that's in a plural, it's the only telephone available, will not allow me to mute. It unmutes me without me doing anything after I don't know what the period of time is, but it's pretty brief. So the only way that I can do this is to leave it unmuted, and I have everything closed up. Everything out here in the shop that can make noise and turn on, like compressors or anything like that, is unpowered now. But as far as being able to mute, the phone will not let me do that.
Okay. Okay, so I will just ask you then, now that I know that, I will just ask you if you do have any questions. I will not assume that because you're unmuted, you do. But if you do have any questions, go ahead.
I think that one thing I can do relative to that is to go ahead. I've got the Teams pulled up on the screen here. I could raise my hand for Teams, although through Teams I'm muted. So in the extreme, I can do that. Otherwise, I'll kind of have to wait for you to call on various commissioners to speak and do the best I can with this.
Okay. Okay. That's fine, Commissioner Ruggles. We'll make it work. We've been through worse. So, okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative is here this evening, if you would like to address the commission, and if you understand the conditions, the 5 conditions being recommended by staff.
Yes, this is Mr. Hewitt. I am on this meeting, and I do understand the commissions and the requirements, and I agree to all of them.
Okay, Mr. Hewitt, could I please have you state your address for the record, please?
Sure. It's 1430 East Puma Place, Munds Park, Arizona, and that is 86017.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hewitt. All right, I'm going to ask if there is anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening. If so, please raise your hand or unmute. And I do know that Mr. Hansen previously expressed his support for this. Other than that, I'm seeing if anybody else would like to to address. It looks like we have a Brendan Conroy. Mr. Conroy, please state your name and address for the record. Go ahead and you will have 3 minutes.
Hi, it's actually his wife, Paula Conroy, but thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Paula Conroy, and we live at 1340 East Caribou Road. You guys, I know, have all addressed, you know, the architecture, the character of these homes. Nobody has mentioned the noise. We just bought a home up in Munns 2 years ago and paid over $700,000 for it, mainly because we have a fabulous view of the Coconino Forest. And every time, I mean, we're up there at least 8 months of the year. I'll make this quick. I love sitting out my backyard. It's peaceful. Sometimes I hear a dog bark and it may echo. I can't imagine, and I'm just saying this, Mr. Hewitt and Zach, if you're constructing 4 homes on acre lots and you're knocking trees down, how much noise am I going to hear for the next 2 years, 3 years? Like, how long, number one, is this project going to take? Number two, I will not be able to go up to my home in Munns, I only bought 2 years ago, and sit outside when there's construction and banging and digging and rocks and boulders being broken and smashed and dug up. Nobody has mentioned anything about the noise or complaining about the noise. I am totally against it. I'm just being honest with you, and I'm going to see if I can get as many neighbors as I can in that area to partition this. I do not want 4 or 5 homes in that area. When I bought that home, maybe it was my realtor's fault. I was never told. I was told this is, you know, government property, nothing can be touched. And then you're telling me we're going to have trees, you know, cut down and all that. So do you have any information on that for me with regard to the noise?
Okay, at this time, this isn't really a time for discussion, if you will. But what we are going to do is the comments that you have made, when we have commission discussion amongst ourselves, that will be something that we will take into consideration.
So will I be informed? I mean, I know I missed the meeting in April, but I was in Europe. So I thought my bad that I wasn't there for that first meeting. But yeah, I mean, as I say, I hear a dog bark and it echoes through that canyon. I can only imagine all the noise and construction for 2 years, probably, to build these, you know, to build this home and put water in and driveway and everything else. That's a big concern to me. Big concern. Yeah.
Okay, I will let you know that on zone changes, the commission makes a recommendation of either approval or denial to the Board of Supervisors. The Board of Supervisors will ultimately be the ones that make the final decision on this case. So our decision is important, but it is not the final one. And so I say that to tell you that if you do not like the decision this commission makes tonight, it will be heard by the Board of Supervisors, where you will have another chance to put your comments out there.
And you know when that might be? It's just the first information that we got, it was missing the map. I just feel a lot of stuff has seemed to kind of slip through the cracks. So we just got a letter saying, hey, there's going to be zoning. I'm like, where's the plans? Then we got a second letter say, oh my goodness, we forgot the plans. So,
okay,
you know,
okay,
it just hasn't been, yeah.
Okay, what I would suggest at this point is you can certainly contact community development and work and get those questions answered, because there are some questions, you're asking some questions that I don't have answers to. But like I said, the comments that you have made, we have heard you, and we will keep those in mind when it comes to commission discussion. So stay tuned for the rest of this hearing, okay? And you will probably get more information.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. We have, it looks like I have a Mr. Bruce Kendall. Mr.
Yeah,
Kendall,
good evening.
state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
Hi, thanks. Bruce Kendall. I'm at 1329 East Cougar Street, Munns Park, 86017. And my family and I purchased a house actually right next to the to Paula Conroy's house prior to Paula purchasing it. And you know, we love Munns Park. It's a unique neighborhood for sure. And there's one reason we bought this house. It felt like we overpaid per square foot of the house. And the one reason we bought it was the view off the back patio looking across Munns Canyon directly into the property we're talking about now that's being redeveloped or petitioning to be redeveloped. And if I'm guessing 5 very large houses with on lots much bigger than everything around the neighborhood there on both sides of Munns Canyon are built. They're going to be big. They're going to be loud. There's going to be a lot of families having a good time if those properties are built, but it will completely change the experience we have in the house. In between our property and the one on Puma Place that's trying to be developed is Munns Canyon. And if anybody's ever walked through the canyon there, north to south, it's about 1 mile down from the Lake Odell up to where our property is. It's amazing. It's a beautiful ecosystem. There's a true seasonal creek that at times runs heavily, and it's magic down there. And I'm just worried about infringement of pristine forest that these properties are going to take away. Our view will be completely different. I think there'll certainly be a change, and using the terms presented earlier in this, it'd be detrimental to my family's comfort to see houses built across the canyon and change the whole environment where we are living and enjoying. I think houses being built there will completely change the character of Munns Canyon. We haven't even talked about or heard how big the houses are going to be and particularly how tall. Are they going to be single story? A lot of times if it's on a canyon, it's 2, 3, 4 stories built down on pillars. And it really is just concerning of what's going to happen. And I would encourage the committee and the commissioners to think about not 5 properties, but if they're bound and determined to let this happen, take away the properties or build a bigger envelope up against the canyon so that it doesn't. I'm all there then. So I'm just concerned about the size of the houses, the properties, the noise. It's really going to change the way the investment we've made. And like Paul had said, our realtor said that's national property, national park or national forest. And I'm a little deceived here, I believe. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kendall. Mr. Hanson, I see that you are unmuted, so if you would please state your name and address for the record, and then you have 3 minutes.
Lloyd Hanson, 1455 East Puma Place. I've been here 21 years this October 1st. I have 3 lots in $1 million plus house, and I know the house across the street from me. In fact, I knew Jay Green, who developed this area before he passed, and I spent a lot of time in his house and his area. People don't understand that if they've been here any 4th of July or any holiday, you get all these idiots running up down the road with the side-by-sides, making more noise than 4 houses or 5 houses of people are going to do. And I'm right across the street from their driveway. I have no issues with it. So I think people are getting confused about the impact of 4 or 5 houses. These houses are going to be upscale houses. Like I said, I'm on 3 lots, $1 million plus house. I don't have a problem. So that's all I had to say. Bye.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hanson. Is there anyone else in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening? All right, Mr. McNeely, I want to be sure I don't miss anyone. I am not seeing anyone. Are you seeing something I'm not?
Madam Chair, no, not seeing anyone else raising hands or unmuting.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and close it to the public comment. And Commissioner Wilson, if you would please start the discussion.
I can make the findings.
Thank you. Vice Chair Burton.
I can make the findings.
Thank you. Commissioner Best.
I think that we have heard that the values of the steep slopes and the rock outcroppings are going to be fairly vigorously represented, and given that, I can make the findings.
Thank you. Commissioner Ruggles.
I can also make the findings for this case.
Thank you. Commissioner Tohi.
I can make the findings as well, and I like the fact that that at some point in the future, if they are to bring back a plan, that there's some safeguards around that, especially if they have to, maybe instead of 4 lots, they downgrade it to 3, depending on what is applicable there. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Walsh.
I can make the findings with the conditions as written. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams.
I can also make the findings as written.
Thank you. And this is Chair Ontiveros. I can make the findings, and I do just want to echo Commissioner Best's comments because that actually captures my concerns that there is going to be protection of sensitive areas in any development that is going to happen here. And so because I know that, I can make the findings. So with that, I will accept a motion and a second, please. It's going to be a motion for recommendation of approval.
Okay, I'll make that. I'll make a motion for recommendation of approval for ZC 24-003.
I'll second.
I will.
Okay. I have a motion by Commissioner Williams for recommendation of approval on ZC 24-003 and a second by Vice Chair Burton. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Wilson.
Aye.
Vice Chair Burton.
Aye.
Commissioner Best.
Aye.
Commissioner Ruggles.
Aye.
Commissioner Tohi.
Aye.
Commissioner Walsh.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams.
Aye.
This is Chair Ontiveros. The motion passes, and this will be going to the Board of Supervisors with a recommendation of approval. The final item on the agenda this evening is CUP 24015.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bob Short is managing this case. He already has his screen shared. So Bob, if you want to go ahead and give the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McNeely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me at this point?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
All right,
Yep.
just making sure. All right, this case is the Winona Wireless Telecommunications Facility, that's CUP 2415. And in this case, the property owner is Mark Sorensen of Flagstaff, Arizona. Applicant is ComNet Wireless of Castle Rock, Colorado. The representative is William Jenkins of CIS Communications, St. Louis, Missouri. And the zoning is general, 10 acre minimum parcel size. The parcel size, actually in this case, not the parcel size, but the size of the site is a 2.23 acre portion of a 0.99 acre parcel. And this is a request for a conditional use permit to install a 195-foot wireless telecommunications facility with a 4-foot lightning rod on top, and that is to provide broadband service. This is not a cell tower at this point. And I just wanted to start out with this. These are special considerations for a cell tower application. The first and probably one of the most important ones is the determination of impacts from radio frequency radiation is entirely within the purview of the Federal Communications Commission and cannot be considered by the commission. So if anyone brings up this as an issue, the commission cannot consider this and should not discuss this. It should not be part of the findings or construed to be part of the findings in this case. In addition to that, if the commission can actually make the findings of fact, there are two additional considerations for the commission, and that this is based on federal statutes. The first one is, has the applicant demonstrated that there is a significant gap in coverage? And the second one is, the proposed tower the least intrusive means of addressing the coverage gap? So first of all, with their coverage maps, are they showing that this specific applicant, ComNet, doesn't cover a particular area, and that this tower would cover that area, this facility? And second, is the proposal they have the least intrusive means of addressing this coverage gap? All right, so these are the definitions for those two things. A significant gap in coverage means a provider, in this case ComNet, like I said, is prevented from covering a significant gap in its own coverage. Keep in mind, this does not relate to any other provider that may provide coverage in this area, only ComNet. Least intrusive means, this means it requires the provider to show that the manner in which it proposes to fill a significant gap in services is the least intrusive means. Or does the site and the design of the tower provide the least impact? Are there other types of towers or other ways of covering the significant gap that are less intrusive? So this is a vicinity map showing the subject property. And as you can see, first I want to put out, this is the actual location of Winona. The applicant named this tower named it the Winona site, and apparently that's difficult to change with ComNet, so they asked that they could retain the name of Winona site. So this is the subject property. It's in Alpine Ranchos. You can see here, for context, this is a loop road going out there through this private land area back onto the reservation. And this is the subject property. There are two kind of high points on the subject property, but actually they're not that high. This is a little bit of a saddle between them, and this is the proposed location of the tower. And these are some of the elements of the proposed facility. The tower will initially provide only broadband internet, but it is co-locatable, so other carriers could put their antennas on this site and provide broadband or cell coverage in this area. The facility would be located in a 100 by 100 enclosure and surrounded by an 8-foot high chain link fence. The fence would contain colored slats to match the surrounding environment. The tower does meet the 105% of tower height setback from property lines. And for a little explanation on that, this is meant for if the tower actually fell, then it would be contained within the property line. And I've done the measurements, and this would be contained. No lights would be installed on the tower, and any other lights would have to meet zoning ordinance requirements. Towers like this can be extended according to federal statutes. Again, they can be extended by 20 feet, up to 20 feet, without coming back to the commission. Staff can do that. So in this case, if it was extended beyond 20 feet, it would be over 200 feet. They'd be required to put lights on top. And according to the zoning ordinance, they'd also have to install an aircraft detection lighting system, which is kind of expensive for just one tower. And so the applicant has provided staff with the reasons for locating on this site and for this tower design. And I apologize to the commission. A lot of this is not in the staff report. And the reason for that is because I only received it on Monday when I finally got some more information from the applicant. So some of this is new information. So the reason is, first of all, there's no nearby co-locatable towers where ComNet's equipment could be installed. So there isn't any towers close by where they could install their equipment without having to build their own tower. So the site is leasable. That means someone's there and they're ready to lease the site to them. It can be permitted. It's in a location, it's in a zone where it can be permitted. And this is in the G zone, of course, which does allow cell towers or wireless facilities in this case with a conditional use permit. And also the location meets the applicant's coverage goals. This is the spot where they want to be, probably centered within the Alpine Ranchos area. Also, in terms of the height of this tower, this is a very tall tower, right at the limit of what our zoning ordinance would allow for an initial tower. And the reason for this is because there is higher terrain around here. And if you've seen this area, there are volcanoes, old volcanoes all around. So the higher you get, you can get above the terrain and also above some clutter, more than for a shorter tower. So that's why they chose a tower this size. Also, the 195-foot tower would be able to cover 18% more households than a 100-foot tower, and this would reduce the need for additional towers. They could do this with just one tower. Also, lattice towers are the most constructible for towers of this height. When you get up to this height, it's much more difficult to install a monopole tower. This is the site plan showing the site, and as you can see, there are two kind of small rises, and this is the saddle in between where the tower would be located right here inside this 100 by 100 enclosure. And this is a picture, so this kind of shows you that's not quite as big of a rise as it would appear. So the tower would go right in this location, somewhere in here. This is an existing temporary tower that was approved by the director for a limited duration. And these are elevations of the tower. As you can see, it's a lattice tower, 195 feet tall with that lighting rod on top. And these are the applicant's coverage goals. So when you look at what they want to do, what they want to cover, in this case, the applicant simply says, we want to provide broadband for as many households as possible. And I wanted to point out this site is funded by the FCC's Connect America Fund. And it's intended to provide at least 25 megabytes per second download speeds. The technology, when you get up this high, the tower allows up to a 21-mile radius coverage area. And again, that minimizes the number of towers required. That is a pretty big coverage area. So that the height of this tower and the technology they use do allow them to cover a lot of area. This is a coverage map, and what this shows is ComNet's broadband towers in the coverage area. So you can see these two circles. This is Talani Lakes, and this is Loop. And notice these are 25.3. This is 25, I believe, download speeds and 3 upload speeds. So that's the kind of coverage they're getting. And this is what the new tower would do. As you can see, it's kind of spotty. And I'll let the applicant explain that a little bit. The main reason it would appear is that there are these volcanoes in the area and they kind of break up the signal as it goes out. This tower would provide a lot higher coverage. at 100 download speeds and 20 upload speeds. And just for reference, note that this is the actual Winona. This is Twin Arrows. Looks like it would not be covered. And then this would be 2 guns. So this tells you how far out this signal would go. And these are photo sims showing the tower. This is looking northwest from Loop Road. I believe this is right where the, if you know the area, there's a water tank site with right across the road here. So this is how it looks now, and this is how it would look with the tower. And that's about 1,700 feet from the proposed tower. This is looking east from Star Ridge Trail, so it's down Star Ridge Trail from the tower, a short distance. Star Ridge Trail runs right along the bottom of the parcel where the tower is located, and this would be how it would look with the tower. It's about 700 feet. This is Star School. This is right at the entrance of Star School, looking north. And this is what it looked like with the tower. That's at about 2,700 feet from the tower. And this is up north of the site, looking south toward the tower. And this is how it would look, about 650 feet from the proposed tower. Okay, I want to go over these are some of the comp plan policies that relate to this particular application. Policy number 7 and, well, both of the first 2 policies support broadband. The first one supports it, wireless access to wireless and broadband coverage. The second one supports enhanced wireless infrastructure for public safety purposes. And in this case, just the fact you can communicate better. You can actually make calls on the internet that would support public safety, just being able to contact public safety officials. And the last one is community character policy. And this is for public and semi-public uses, and indicates they should be approved in locations that are convenient to the population being served. Of course, in this case, it would provide cell service. Not cell service, but broadband, internet, and it also indicates provided that such locations are compatible and complementary with the surrounding neighborhood. And as you know, many neighbors in this area do oppose this tower, so that is one that is kind of a matter of opinion in some case. Okay, so based on especially that first policy I talked about, the county does have a broadband plan, or at least we are working on one. I did provide a link to some information about that in the staff report. So based on that, we talked to the rural broadband manager, and she has provided a statement of support for the tower. And this is some of the things that she said in the statement. Unequal access to internet creates gaps in acquiring critical digital resources such as telehealth, employment, and education. Of course, a lot of people are doing telecommuting these days, so that does provide employment opportunities when you have better broadband service. And the county's goal is also to bring affordable, high-speed, or improved internet to unserved and underserved areas. So we, anecdotally, staff it does appear that the service from this tower would be more affordable than some of the other service providers, some of the other services available in this area, and probably also faster speeds. Anyway, to aid in this area, if you look at this area, basically there are a lot of properties that are either unserved, they have no reliable broadband service, or they're underserved, which is less than 120 megabyte speeds. And that's what she pointed out, that this is an underserved and unserved area. This broadband tower would help bridge the digital divide by providing reliable service and higher broadband speeds. So in terms of the zoning ordinance, this is considered to be on the preferred facilities list. The tower is ranked at number 4, which refers to new sites on previously served areas. And a number 8, a new tower 100 to 199 feet tall in the general zone. And in this case, number 1 is the most preferred and number 10 is the least preferred. It is also considered to be a disfavored facility because it is located adjacent to residential areas. And this is just, I think this commission has seen this before, but this is just an outline of those preferred facilities and also disfavored facilities. This is straight out of the code. I wanted to show you a neighborhood map. So this shows the subject property and some of the housing around it. Actually, this is the Star School, of course. This is the water tanks across the road, the water facility where people can get water. There is a house right here. And there's one right on this adjacent property, and there's a few more houses here and scattered around. And this is a photograph looking straight to the west where you see this is an adjacent property. And here's some other housing in the area that where the tower would be very visible to these properties and to the Star School as well. There are some other there is some other development in the area. These are wind generators. These are all wind generators here. There's solar panels and things, but it's really hard to say they're not nearly as tall, of course, as this tower, don't have that kind of impact. In terms of citizen participation, applicant notified 20 property owners within a quarter mile of the subject property, invited them to a meeting held on February the 15th at the Star School. 9 people attended the meeting and provided comments, and those are in the citizen participation report. And since that meeting, staff has received 19 comments, and they're all opposed to the proposed facility. Concerns from the neighbors included the aesthetics of the tower, health concerns, effects on property values, emergency generator noise, and other concerns that are in the report. These are the findings of fact for a CUP. I have included those in the staff report. They are quite extensively addressed. I think I've talked about most of them, if not all of them, in the staff report. If the commission would like to bring those up and talk about them more, we can do that. And we're getting back to the federal statutes now. So I just wanted to remind the commission that if the commission determines the application does not meet the findings and believes the application should be denied, there are additional issues to consider based on federal statutes. And this is kind of a whole group of things to consider. First of all, if the applicant has not demonstrated there is a significant gap in coverage, the application may be denied. Second, if the applicant has demonstrated a significant coverage gap exists and the commission determines the proposed tower is the least intrusive means of addressing the significant coverage gap, the application must be approved. And third, if the commission determines there are alternatives to the proposed wireless tower that provides a more appropriate, less intrusive means of addressing the coverage gap, the application may be denied. And in that case, staff would ask that the commission be very specific about what type of means of addressing the coverage gap that they're referring to. And with that, if the commission can make the findings and that the applicant has demonstrated there is a significant coverage gap in the proposed tower is the least intrusive means of addressing the coverage gap, staff recommends approval of CUP 2415, subject to the recommended conditions. And with that, I'll take any questions from the commission.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Short. Commissioner Ruggles, please go ahead.
Okay, just have one question here. When we talk about coverage gap, I believe that we need to ascertain for sure for everyone whether that means coverage gap that applies to the applicant, which is Comcast, or that is my belief that what it says, or when we talk about coverage gap, are we going to consider other providers such as, well, satellite and other cell and broadband service providers?
Commissioner
Okay.
Ruggles, I think it's very clear in federal statutes that it refers to the coverage of one provider. A specific provider has a gap in coverage.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that should clarify it if anyone has any other questions relative to that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Best.
I guess my question was similar, and I probably have the answer, but how does Star School get its connectivity?
Commissioner Best, we actually talked to some representatives from Star School, the principal and the vice principal, and they indicated that they get a signal from Mount Eldon. I'm not sure exactly what kind of signal that is, but that's how they currently get it. I also talked to other officials from the school, and they indicated that they were weighing their options as to whether they would use the signal from this tower or the signal from a satellite provider. It just depends on, what kind of cost and coverage and actually speed that they got.
Yeah, but it's a moot point if federal law says that it applies provider by provider.
Mhm.
Is that correct?
Mr. Best, yes, that would be correct.
Okay. All righty, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the coverage map that you're showing here is for broadband or cellular. Which is it?
This coverage map is for broadband only. This is not a cellular coverage map.
And the federal laws apply to cellular connections. Do they apply equally to broadband connections?
They require they apply to wireless coverage of any type.
And to Commissioner Ruggles' question about whether it's a gap in coverage from that particular carrier or any carrier, I'm not sure the answer, the way I understood it, makes sense, because if it were true, then every single carrier in the country could say, we too want to build a 190-foot tower at this location, and we would have no justification for saying no. Am I understanding that way?
Well, Commissioner Wilson,
You know what,
So,
Mr. Short, this is Chair Ontiveros. I do apologize for cutting you off, but I do see that our legal counsel has her hand raised, and I think it would be important to get her direction. So Ms. Lane, please go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to chime in because it seemed like you're asking a lot of legal questions. And I do believe in the packet, there is a legal opinion from our office. And that legal opinion specifically cites a Ninth Circuit case from 2013 that does say the significant gap is the provider's own coverage. So I know it does seem a little weird based on what you're saying, but that is what the Ninth Circuit has concluded on that issue. Was there another part of that question that I can help with?
So then my analysis of every single carrier in the country could request and not be denied a tower at the same location.
I mean, I think it obviously will always depend on the facts and circumstances of each case, but because I think, you know, if you go further into the analysis, you know, it's the significant gap in coverage, at least in terms of method, and then it switches to the commission to have a burden to show alternate methods, right? So if one tower was already up, then another person couldn't come in probably and put a second tower in, because we'd be able to propose an alternative method, which would be to, hey, can you join that tower? You know, that kind of. So, I mean, there are options. So yes, I do see your point. And sometimes, yes, that might be true, but.
That is correct. Because if you look at this this chart, so the first thing we do is we look at, okay, now you're getting to least intrusive means, right? So if there's another tower here, like if, for example, hypothetically, if this tower was approved and another carrier came in and said, I want to build a 200-foot, 199-foot tower, you know, right in this area, we would say the number one preferred facility is co-location. So you would need to co-locate on this tower rather than building your own tower. In this case, there are no other towers around for the applicant to co-locate on, or that would be the first consideration.
Okay, and since the coverage map that you're showing is only addressing broadband coverage and not cellular coverage, the argument that this is an enhancement to public safety because people will be able to make wireless phone calls on broadband isn't proven out based on this coverage map, because there could be excellent cellular coverage here. We don't know. Is that correct?
Commissioner Wilson, that is something that is certainly, you could speculate on that. I think my thought on it was just the fact you have better communications means you could likely reach a public safety entity faster than without it. But that can be, totally disregarded if that's something that you think doesn't really work in this case.
Well, in part because broadband requires subscription. As opposed to cellular, a 911 call does not. And so if I were traveling in the area of this new tower and I needed to call 911, it wouldn't matter whether I had a cellular subscription with the nearest provider. Any cellular provider would provide me that connection, whereas this broadband service would not, because I would not be a subscriber to this broadband service. Is that?
Yeah, Commissioner Wilson, I'm not aware that they do have good internet, good cell phone coverage out here. That is something I'm not aware of. If there aren't any cell towers in this area, I would think they probably wouldn't.
But we don't know. So we can't state with certainty that this is an enhancement to public safety.
Right.
Okay, and your slide indicated that service of anything less than 100 down and 20 up is underserved. What is that based on? Where is the reference for that, or is that a national standard? What's the?
That's based on the statement of support by the Rural Broadband Manager. So first of all, if you look at, this is the county policy. County shall facilitate efforts to expand access and capacity of broadband and wireless telecommunications systems. That's the policy. And this is the county working to implement that policy. So their definition, they have made this, they have created this definition. I provided a link in the staff report to some of the information based on the county's broadband plan. And I think that is in the works. I don't think it's quite completed yet, but this is her statement, and this is the way that it's defined. You can look at a map on that link, and it will show you each property and what their designation is, what their coverage is.
Okay, and then item 3 of the federal standards address or says that if alternatives are available, if the commission, right there, if the commission determines that there are alternatives to the proposed wireless tower that provide a more appropriate, least intrusive means of addressing the coverage gap, the application may be denied. If Star School is currently being adequately served for a population of students at a school, which would have, I would suspect, a very high demand rate on broadband coverage, doesn't that basically say that the answer to number 3 is yes? There is a better alternative?
Commissioner Wilson, again, remember that we are talking about ComNet and their coverage, not coverage from other carriers or other providers.
Okay. Thank you. That's all the questions I have at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Ruggles.
Yes, I'm going to address the first part of what Commissioner Wilson spoke about, very simply because this is something that I was going to make a part of my discussion with the commission as a whole, not a question for Mr. Short. So I have some very interesting results from propagation maps and other means, third-party means of assessing cell coverage in that area. So I would like to address that during commission discussion. I think it's more appropriate there. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. So where we're at, we're still with questions from the commissioners to staff. Are there any other commissioners with questions for staff? Okay, I am not seeing any, so I would like to ask if the applicant or the applicant's representative would like to address the commission this evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My name's William Jenkins, CIS Communications, here on behalf of ComNet. My address is 749 Old Ballas Road, Freeport, Missouri, 63141.
Okay, you have heard questions given to staff. Do you have anything that you would like to add to what staff has informed on those questions?
Sure. I can offer a little bit of insight into some of the items that were brought up. So first of all, in terms of, the alternatives that we have in the area, there's no existing towers, no existing tall structures. There's nothing else that ComNet could put their equipment on at the height they need to propagate their signal. And that's why we're looking at constructing a new tower. I think it was, maybe one of the concerns by the commission was, will these towers continue to pop up? If we allow this one, will maybe another one go next to it, and then so on and so forth. These towers are very expensive to build. A 200-foot or 195-foot self-support tower is very, very expensive to build. And these are not sites that ComNet or any of the other carriers out there go and intentionally build just to build. It would be much cheaper for ComNet to go on an existing tower if it was located there and simply seek out a building permit, pay a monthly lease rate to the owner of the tower, and propagate their signal like they're planning to. So just from a simple economic standpoint, the construction of these towers are not something that you're going to see happen just from the fact of people wanting to build these. There was some questions on safety and does this add to public safety? So in terms of, the commissioner that was talking about this, he's correct. So this will not be propagating cellular coverage. So if you have AT&T or you have a cell phone or you're carrying it around, you dial 911, this cell tower, at least initially, will not carry that signal via cell phone. Now, it's broadband, as Mr. Short had talked about, which is basically internet for home use. What I will say from a public safety standpoint is that this tower will provide uninterrupted quality service to the homes that are shown in that coverage gap. And although it's not an ability for them to use a cellular phone, they'll have internet connectivity, which will allow them to use voice over IP or other types of communications for public safety. So, one of the things many of you are probably familiar with is voice over Wi-Fi. So if you have a phone with a carrier that has a weak signal out there and you're getting broadband via CommNet, you can switch that cellular phone that you have over and get voice over IP, voice over Wi-Fi through your home Wi-Fi. So although it's not a pure cellular signal in terms of public safety, any connectivity, any ability to get an ability to get 911 or contact 911 should be viewed as a public safety factor. Other than that, I will state, I read through the staff analysis. I read the recommendations of approval. We're in full agreement of those. One minor item that I did think I would bring up, and I think it's perhaps just a small wording error, but in number 2 of the recommendations of approval, it says the tower and all equipment installed on the tower shall be unpainted galvanized steel as proposed by the applicant. I just wanted to clarify that the tower, the mounts, all the structural parts of the tower will be steel. Obviously the antennas, the cabling will not, but that'll be a painted gray color to match that galvanized steel tower. So I just wanted to clarify. I think it's probably just a small wording change, but I did want to bring that up to the commission. Other than that, I do have Mr. Neal, who's one of CommNet's RF engineers, present on the line, and he can answer any specific questions that you have on the tower or coverage rather. And I'm certainly open to any questions you have on it as well.
Chair Hontiveros, if you're talking, you're muted.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Vice Chair Burton. I was talking. Commissioner Ruggles, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I have one question for the applicant. In looking at the site plan, I noticed you're going to have both a solar array there and a generator. Is the solar array and batteries your primary backup power and the generator your secondary backup power? Is that the intention?
Yes, correct. So the site will not have commercial power provided to it. There's really no good way to get power up in that area. So the solar panels will be the primary, and then it does have a battery system. And the propane generator out there will only come on when when solar's not powering the system and when the batteries are depleted. That propane will be the backup only.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Best?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lights and noise. Any lights at all that will be on all the time? And we normally require 50 dB at the property line. Have we discussed that? I'm trying to bring up the conditions right now.
Correct. So the in terms of lighting, there's absolutely no lighting on the tower. We're under the 200 feet, which when you go over the 200 foot, that's when you're required to have a red and white strobe on the top, and then also side markers. You probably have some of those out there in the county that you're familiar with, but this being under the 200 feet and not being within certain distances of airports and aviation restriction zones, there's no tower or there's no lighting required on the tower. We, due to the sensitive nature of the area in terms of lighting, we've also removed any of the lighting on the site as well, which would be, like a small light on the shelter and those types of things. So there'll be no lighting at the site whatsoever.
And how about the noise of the generator?
Correct. So the generator's propane, which is not very noisy. It'll be approximately 200 feet away from the property line, and the only time the generator will come on will be for emergency use anyway. Which even if there is a slight noise from it, I'm thinking people will probably be thankful for the coverage during an outage.
I did find the conditions, and we do have 50 dBA at the property lines. Thank you very much.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Do any other commissioners have any questions for the applicant at this time? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask if there's anyone in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening. If so, please raise your hand or unmute. I will call on you. And please state your name and address for the record, and I will ask that your comments be limited to 3 minutes. And Mr. McNeely, would you please help out with the timing on the 3 minutes and give a 1 minute notice?
Will do.
With that, Mr. Andy Lafrate, please go ahead.
Hello. Excuse me. My name is Andy Lafrate. I'm at 15486 Loop Road. So I'm a resident of the area, and I've lived out here for 8 years. And in addition to being a resident, I'm also the assistant principal at the Star School. And let's see, I have a few things I'd like to comment on. One was regarding the issue of public safety and cellular coverage. So we live in an area that has very poor cell coverage in many places. Where I live, my house actually no cell coverage. So I live in a complete dead zone. And I should mention too that I'm a current customer of this ComNet service. So I'm receiving the service now and would have to say that it's good, it's fast, it's reliable, and really the only alternative that is available to me in terms of coverage, because I don't have cell service, would be a satellite internet connection, which would be a lot more expensive. I think, if I were to switch to Starlink, which is kind of the preferred provider for satellite internet, it would be over twice as much per month and a much higher installation fee, as well as a contract. So I think that, in terms of cost, there's also a major benefit to individuals who have this service versus some of the alternatives. I think too, as far as the Star School goes, that we do currently work with another provider, but we have had outages with that provider and have wanted to have a backup system because as a school, there's obviously operational, just day-to-day considerations for students and staff to have connectivity, as well as emergency considerations. So for us to have a satellite internet-based option, I think would be very beneficial and would also impact public safety. So
you have 1 minute left, Mr.
that's it.
LaFrate.
Yep, that's it. That's all my comments. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. LaFrate. Deb Skinner, name and address, and then please address the commission. Okay. Ms. Skinner, your hand was raised and now it's not, and you're not addressing the commission. So I'm going to assume that you have changed your mind and are not going. No, there you go. All right. Ms. Skinner, please go ahead and state your name and address and address the commission, please.
And you'll need to unmute Ms. Skinner. You'll need to turn your mute off.
Yeah. Ms. Skinner, you are muted, so please unmute.
Which is done by clicking the microphone icon in the top right corner of your screen.
Okay, so Ms. Skinner, we're unable to hear you. You are muted. If you do look up at the top of your screen and you see the icon that says mic,
yeah,
if you,
yes,
there you go. Okay, name and address, and then please address the commission.
Yeah, sorry, this is Jeff Skinner, technologically challenged with my wife, Deb. My address is 20086 South Horn Road, Flagstaff 86004. And actually, if you went back to the picture of the existing tower, you can see my house in the background. I just had a couple of points that I wanted to bring up for you guys to think about. The representative talked about all the cost for the tower, but I believe they're actually getting a grant for it. So I'm not certain that that is all that much cost. One of my major concerns is while they're saying there's no lights on the tower, there is also that consideration where if they could raise an additional 20 feet where they would then have the strobe light on it, and that would kind of just happen automatically as I understand it. Is that true? Or is it, I'm just gonna keep making my comments, sorry. I'm also curious, I don't believe they have very many customers out here. Almost everybody that I know out here has Starlink or some other satellite, and there's just not a real need for this. When I was at the public meeting that they had, and they said that they were looking at around 250 total customers that they could reach with this tower. And I just feel for the impact, since it's going to likely significantly lower my property values. The average that I've seen at different realty sites is 20% for something that's going to be of very little benefit up here. I just wanted to go on the record to say that I'm opposed to that. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Skinner.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the public that wishes to address the commission on this case this evening? If so, please raise your hand or unmute. I am not seeing any. Mr. McNeely, do a double check. I don't want to miss anyone.
Madam Chair, not seeing any other hands raised.
Wait, we've got a Tim James who is unmuted. Mr.
Okay.
James, if you'd like to address the commission, name and address, and then 3 minutes.
My name's Timothy James, 16001 Star Ridge Trail, Flagstaff, Arizona. I live nearby. I do use the service that's currently available from the temporary tower. I don't see how a tower could lower my property value. The fact that I have connectivity would make my property worth more, I would think. We also experience terrible cell phone service out here. There's places that are totally dead, and our house is one of them. So we use Wi-Fi. I'm speaking on it now. So we would appreciate that. And also, I was at this meeting at Star School also and spoke with the applicant. And there's a better than average chance that a cell phone company will locate onto that tower. And I talked to the T-Mobile representatives in Flagstaff this past week, And they said pretty much anytime a tower comes available, they do their best to try to rent space on it. So that would greatly enhance the cell phone usage out here, which is very, very spotty. There's places that are completely dead all along Loop Road. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Pauline Young, name and address and then address the commission, please.
Good evening. My name is Pauline Young. I am at 16018 Star Ridge Trail. I am in direct line of sight of the proposed cell or the tower site. I have been out here for 15 years. I have struggled with cell service and internet service, and I have always struggled trying to get some type of communications out here. Now, there's a reason why I live out here. There is the aesthetic. Yes, I do understand about all that, all the concerns about that. But I also am an employed person. I do use the internet for work. I do need the internet multiple times during the day, and even well into the evening as I have two jobs. And I am in full support of getting this cell or this a broadband service here. I am a current customer of ComNet right now, and I have no problems with it right now. And yes, cell service is really spotty. I can just go like maybe 20 feet down the hill from my property and I will not have any cell service at all. But with this broadband, I am able to make cell Wi-Fi calls if I need to. It has always been a struggle out here to just get any kind of broadband service. And like I said, I have been out here for 15 years, and this is probably the first time I have actually been satisfied with what the service that I have been getting out here on Star Ridge Trail. And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Young. So I don't see Ms. Skinner. I know that I see the hand raised, but I know that Jeff already spoke and you only get one shot. But Deb, if it's you rather
It is
than
me.
Jeff, okay, please go ahead. Name, address, and address the commission.
My name is Deb Skinner, and I'm at 20086 South Horn Road in Flagstaff 86004. I agree with everything that's been said about how coverage out here has been spotty over the years. There are many options available to us now, and there's been nothing that says this is something it's a perceived customer wish, not an actual customer wish. I think if it was something that the neighborhood needed, we wouldn't have 20 people sending in letters to Mr. Short stating that we don't want it here. We don't need it here. So it's perceived versus actual need. And there isn't the need. Cell phone coverage, there's hotspots that are already built into cell phone plans, not having to purchase additional broadband. And they haven't been able to tell us whether or not usage would be impacted by shared broadband. So it only will allow so many customers at one time to get the at best 25 download speeds, megabyte download speeds. And I don't know how a community is supposed to share that and not be impacted, especially if the Star School is going to consider using that. We're talking about a huge amount of bandwidth that would go directly to the school. There's no benefit for the neighborhood there. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Skinner. I'm going to ask if there is anyone else who wishes to address the commission. Please raise your hand or unmute. And seeing none, I am now going to close it to public comment and open it up at commission discussion. Commissioner Wilson, would you please start the discussion this evening?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question based on the last public comment we received. Is, if we can, from the applicant, what she stated was that the entire tower would have a 100 slant 25 up down, or down up, excuse me, that would have to be shared among all of the users. Is that correct?
I'm going to have
no,
the
that is
address that.
Oh, sure. This is William Jenkins, the applicant. So no, the download speed will be 100 megabyte to all of the users independently. So that is not the total bandwidth that is available to everybody as shared. That is what bandwidth is available to each individual user.
Okay, that's important to understand. Thank you. And then maybe this is more to staff or even legal. Another one of the public comments addressed the potential for a 20-foot addition with no further permit required, which would then require strobes and red lights on the tower, which would have a significantly bigger impact on the surrounding area. Is there any way that we can put a condition on it that would restrict the tower to its existing height and not allow that additional 20 feet?
Commissioner Wilson, this is the tower that they are proposing, and according to federal statutes, it does, and I believe this is in our code as well. It does indicate that once a tower is approved, the applicant, the carrier, can raise the tower by 20 feet, and that's basically to add more antennas to it.
Okay.
Now, in this case, if they did, just on a practical basis, if they did raise it by 20 feet, we have like I said before, we have something in our code that says they have to put an ADLS system on the tower. And that would probably be extremely expensive to do and may make it unviable, may not be viable. And of course, the applicant could also speak to, whether they would need to raise the tower by 20 feet. But yes, they can, according to federal statutes, they can raise it by 20 feet.
So the answer to my question is no. We can't put a condition on it that would restrict that.
I don't know of a condition unless at first we restricted the tower height to 20 feet less than it is now.
And that was going to be my next question. So your psychic powers are strong tonight, Bob. Could we limit the tower tonight to 180 feet so that should that additional 20 feet, we would still not require the additional lighting? Is that something that we could do?
Commissioner Wilson, I think you probably could make a condition that it would be at that height. I'm not sure if the applicant would approve of that, but that is something I think you could do. I don't know anything.
And this is just with staff, and to further answer that question, all of the analysis, the propagation maps, have been done based on what the applicant has requested. The applicant is requesting a 190-foot tower. We understand the federal requirement that you have to allow for expansion if the tower owner chooses to expand. As Bob stated, it would be prohibitively expensive for them to add the ADLS. We have never seen this happen in the county on a wireless communication tower. Notwithstanding, if the commission were to approve something less than what the applicant had asked for, I mean, it's probably something you want to discuss with the applicant at length, but that would change the propagation map analysis, obviously by some, by 20 feet of what effect the tower is having. Just thought I'd add that.
Actually, Mr. McNeely, I would respectfully disagree. If we limit it to 180, they already have the authorization to go to 200 without us doing anything. So the propagation maps would still be valid.
Well, in
And-
that
and-
case, their approval would be for 180 feet. They'd have to build the 180 feet, and then what the FAA regulations give them is an expansion right, and then they would have to expand. So I think it might be worth talking to the applicant about what their intent is, and
Okay.
and how they would limit themselves, especially considering the expense of an ADLS system.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Commissioner Wilson, we're still at commission discussion. So, do you have any, great questions, but what are your thoughts?
Madam Chair, my thoughts at this point are I'm having a difficult time justifying the impact this tower will have on the surrounding community, offsetting the benefits that it may provide, especially considering the alternatives that already exist and are in use by, it sounds like, a significant number of the potential future users of this tower. So I am reserving judgment until I hear from my fellow commissioners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wilson. And I will, actually, I'll say this to you and all of the other commissioners, that the decision that each one of us makes, if anybody is going to deny, please be very specific in what finding, A, B, C, or D, that you cannot make, and then an explanation for that. So I'm just throwing that out there. Vice Chair Burton?
I don't think that I can reach any of the denial points. So, I mean, I feel like this is probably one that we need to approve, regardless of how I feel on the visual impact. I mean, we've heard from both sides, but hearing that there's at least a couple people on this call that are so reliant on the service, and if there's a possibility of cellular companies jumping on board after the construction is done, then that's just a bonus for the area. So I feel like, Viewshed, yes, that is something you don't want to lose, but I don't know that we have any route at this point to deny. At least I don't see one. So that's where my thoughts are right now.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Best?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also very uncomfortable with this. Going to all this for 250 residences seems like a misuse of funds, but I think that we're kind of trapped by the laws and regulations here. I'm fairly comfortable with that we're not going to see another 20 feet with a lighting system because of the cost of the ADLS. And my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the ADLS would be an absolute necessity if they went 2 feet higher.
That's correct.
So as I say, I'm not very comfortable with it, but we've been here before with cell towers. We're very limited in what we can do if an individual company establishes that they have a gap and can fill it with the tower proposed. So I await other comments, but that's sort of where I am right now. I think we're kind of I think we're going to have to allow this to go through. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Best. Commissioner Ruggles?
Thank you very much. I have to say that the first thing I look at is the gap in ComNet coverage. That's what we have to address, and that's primarily what's going to drive the decision everyone else makes, including myself. The other thing, I took quite a bit of time looking at cell phone or cell and broadband reception maps from a number of providers. These are done by a third-party independent, and also took a look at, believe it or not, a propagation map, which is normally proprietary from Verizon. And everything I found said that the service of any type out there is extremely spotty. Numerous dead zones. That given, I think that that is sufficient to make up my mind. If the applicant can make this pencil out economically, then I'm not going to argue with that part of it. The other thing, the county's broadband plan, I think that's very important because one of the aspects of that ties into the cost of satellite service. Okay, just consider what Starlink costs. Initial setup and equipment, $600, $120 a month. There are a lot of providers out there that are providing broadband in many areas, are down there. Some as low in the Phoenix area as $40 a month for basic service. I think some others are $50 to $60 a month. That's a big difference, and it doesn't take $600 worth of outlay for equipment to get the signal. The next thing is, okay, affordability, and affordability is referred to in the county's plan. And I know people that can't afford that $50 a month, and some of the places I go in the county where I work with people. So that is a consideration. That's part of the digital divide. And that alone is enough to say to me that the same thing we heard from some of the public speaking, that that service would be beneficial to them if they use the internet for work. So at this point, the bottom line to me is I do not have a problem with approving this. The other thing, in addition to that, I think is intrusiveness. Intrusiveness that we are dealing with is primarily visual. I know beauty is in the eye of the beholder, as they say, but I think many other things outweigh that. The fact that there is no other disturbance necessary to get power to the site, that is a plus. So that being said, I think that's it for me. I can make findings for this.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Commissioner Tohi.
Thank you again, Chair. I agree with Vice Chair Burton. I think about our deniability. I think this service is really important, and I'm looking at the map that has coverage that will extend beyond this area, and I think that will benefit more people. And then as far as grant money, I believe they're receiving grant money, and I don't think they're approved to misuse. I think they're carefully guarded around those funds. So I feel like this is a good use of the funding that they're receiving. And then it also really emphasizes our county, one of the county missions, which includes reliable broadband. Those are some really important things to me. And then I think the most important is the children who are underserved in that school who will use that. So I think in this way, I think this is something that I fully support, and I do make the findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Tohi. Commissioner Walsh.
I really like this discussion, and I feel that I can't see the bigger picture right now, but I think this will only benefit the area, and in a much bigger sense going forward, so I can make the findings.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Williams.
I have some thoughts about this. One is, it seems to me that the cost of what broadband providers charge that are available in that area should not be taken into consideration, just as property values should not be taken into consideration. So the fact that they may be cheaper right now, I don't think should be a consideration that makes us say, okay, that's fine. My other thought is that currently there are people clearly who have spoken who are using ComNet with success, and yet we don't have a propagation map of the current usage, which I think we kind of need to compare to how much that's going to expand and how many people potentially they can add over what they're reaching or could potentially reach right now if those people chose to use it. So I'm not comfortable with that. And the other is, I think, we're basing a lot of this on the county code, which is from 2013, and there probably wasn't Starlink then. There probably weren't, these other options. I have friends that live out there. One has Starlink for broadband, Verizon for internet, or for phone, cellular, and the others have Verizon for cellular and a Verizon hotspot for broadband. And she's a professor at NAU, and during the pandemic had to do all her classes via Zoom. And I just think I don't know. I just think we're rolling over to all these companies that just say, we want to make more money. And I know that that's also something that we probably can't consider either. But those are my feelings. I would really like to see current use and propagation right now compared to what this new tower will provide. And I also think, right, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and all of us in town look at the peaks, and we don't want anything in the way of the peaks. Well, people out there, that San Francisco volcanic field is spectacular. And clearly the people that live out there who are opposed to this feel that. And to just disregard that because it's not the peaks, I think is disingenuous. So that's where I am right now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Williams. Mr. Short, I do see your hand raised. I'm going to let you chime in here.
No.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to clarify, you can see the tower in the picture. That is a temporary cell tower. That will go away. That is not permanent. So whatever signal they're getting right now, they will not have that in the future unless without the approval of this tower.
Okay.
And how tall is that tower? How tall is that temporary one?
I am not sure. I hate to admit it. I have tried to look that up, but I've not been able to find that in the records. It is approved through a temporary use permit, and I think it's around 70, 80 feet. The applicant probably may know what the height of the tower is.
Yes, if I may add, it's 66 feet.
Okay, could we have the applicant expand on what the current coverage is from this temporary tower that was approved the temporary use permit versus what would be, based to the question of the commissioners, what the proposed tower would be? Be great to hear that from the applicant.
I agree. I think it would be appropriate. So, Mr. Jenkins, if you could address that.
Sure. So I don't have any coverage maps to address that specific question, but I'll turn it over to ComNet's RF engineer who's on the line, Mr. Neal, and perhaps he can add some color to that question.
Hi, this is Wayne Neal, Wilco Telecom Consulting, representing ComNet Broadband. I will say that I am actually, with that in mind, running a coverage prediction for this at 66 feet so that I can do an apples to apples comparison. That should be completed in a few moments. But what I can tell you is that at 66 feet, even if we were approved with a permanent tower at this height, we would need an additional tower somewhere in the area that would allow us to meet our obligation to the FCC. My prediction is finished. Give me one moment and I will be able to give you a comparison of how many users we're covering at each height. Okay. At the lower height, the prediction is 201 total versus 268 with the 195 foot tower. So that is an increase of can cover.
I'm not hearing anything right now. Is anyone speaking?
Yeah, Mr. Neal, are you still calculating?
No, I just gave the numbers. It was
Okay.
201 households can be covered at with the tower remaining at this height versus 268 at the higher height. So that's an increase of, excuse me, my math was just a little off. That is an increase of 60. It's an increase of 25% potential households that can be covered.
Okay. Okay,
And
thank
Madam
you.
Chair, I think there's some nuance. I would really have appreciated if the applicants could be showing this in map form and giving a presentation. But we're not getting that from them. So, and I'm sorry with the consultant, you mentioned, but it would require an additional tower, yes. And then you mentioned meeting an FAA requirement. I think you're going to have to expound on that. The commission needs to understand exactly what you're saying.
Sure. The FCC, along with these grants, the FCC gives us a percentage of households in an area that we need to be able to cover. And honestly, we need this height on this tower to be able to meet our percentage. It's a rolling, the rolling number, the percentage that we have to cover increases each year up to, I believe it's a total of 95%. But that's not my, the grants requirements is not my area of expertise.
And beyond the grant requirement, you mentioned a second tower. And so please explain for the commission. We have to rely on you as the applicant here to give the relevant information. Is that the coverage that you described with the difference with this existing temporary tower to the proposed tower? With the existing temporary tower, would that require another tower?
In order to achieve our obligations to the FCC's requirements, yes, that would require at least one more tower.
And what would that tower be?
That's difficult to say until I've actually spent time designing it. Usually, when I'm working to find an ideal location like this, that can be 3 days of work to find something optimal.
Okay. Okay, so, we're kind of stuck here, but it sounds, and this is to the applicant, but it sounds like you're kind of working backwards. You have the grant and you're fulfilling the requirements of the grant. And that's kind of the driving force of what you're doing here, the direction that you're taking.
The grant points us in the direction of people who are of households that are not meeting the FCC's definition of broadband. With that, let me back up. So the FCC's goal is to be able to provide broadband to users in rural America with this particular fund, who otherwise don't have reliable broadband service. And yes, we talk about Starlink, but Starlink has not yet met the FCC's definition of broadband. So we use the maps provided by the FCC to direct where we need to build.
Okay. Okay, I think that you have answered my question. Mr. McNeely, do you have anything additional in what you were driving at here?
No, I apologize, Madam Chair. I just, these are technical questions the applicant would, and it's going to the issue of coverage, gap in coverage, and least intrusive means. And I think the applicant needs to make their case here and be able to demonstrate that and communicate that to meet the county's and the FCC's requirements.
Okay. Okay, so
could I perhaps touch on that for a moment?
I'm sorry, was that the applicant speaking right now? No.
Yes, this is William Jenkins. I was wondering if I could perhaps touch on that for a moment.
Please do.
Yes, so in terms of least intrusive means, as Mr. Neal pointed out, you can cover the areas that we're looking at with a lot of small towers. I don't know if many of you have seen when you get into more populated areas, when you get into cities or very, very dense urban areas, you can use small cells. Small cells are 20, 30, 40 foot light poles where you can put antennas and you can cover those dense populations. Those towers do not broadcast very far, and you need tens of them, hundreds of them, thousands of them to cover a city. When you get out into rural areas, we could perhaps start putting small cells everywhere, but it's never going to happen because you're never going to be able to put that many towers and cover those people simply because they're so far apart. When Mr. Neal was talking about, the way or the reason that we're looking for the height that we're looking at, it's very simple. Least intrusive means we're looking at building one tower that will cover the FCC's objective for those residents in that area. And if we go lower, first of all, if we were to go lower, I can pretty much guarantee you that ComNet will not build that site or build another site, and there just won't be any coverage out there. There won't be any broadband. But theoretically, if we were to go lower, you're looking at multiple sites out there. And, Mr. Neal hasn't done the analysis, but you could be looking at one site, you could be looking at two sites, you could be looking at three sites to get that coverage all around in those areas. So, we're looking at building one site to cover as many people as possible to meet that FCC mandate. And that's why we're coming in with what we're proposing.
Madam Chair, you're muted if you're talking.
Geez, I'm sorry. Mr. Jenkins, this is Chair Ontiveros, and you just now stated that Mr. Neal was working on least intrusive and that could be in the form of 1 tower, 2 towers. Well, if it would be in the form of 1, what would that be other than what this one is right now?
Well, that's the tower that we're proposing with this particular case is the one that I was referring to as 1 tower.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I was referring to is the one that we're proposing here tonight is really going to be your least intrusive means. Otherwise, and I can pretty much guarantee you that ComNet is not going to be building multiple towers to cover this area. That's just simply not going to happen. But this 1 tower gets the FCC coverage mandate, and the 1 tower is 1 structure that's going to be your least intrusive means.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. I don't have any other questions at this time, and we are in commission discussion, and it is my turn, if you will, to offer my thoughts. The one question that I did have is usually when we are looking at least intrusive, we have a before and after on the propagation maps. But I understand why we don't have a before, and that is because we have this mobile tower, if you will. So a lot of things have been talked about, and truly the discussion has to be made on the 4 findings of fact. And so as I go through these 4 findings of fact, I do struggle with the one, this is a disfavored facility because it is so close to the residential zone. And then I have to balance that with the assets that it's going to bring. This is a very difficult decision for me, but I have to stick with the findings of fact. And we also have a cell tower application evaluation flow chart. I have mine in front of me, and I wish one could be put up on the screen so that the other people could understand that we really don't have a lot of wiggle room. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So here is the first question that has to be asked. Does the proposed cell tower meet local jurisdiction's zoning requirements? I can make all 4 findings of fact. So then that shoots me right down to the local jurisdiction must approve the cell tower. It does have, the applicant has shown that there is a gap in coverage. And after the recent explanation by Mr. Jenkins, this does appear to be, in my opinion, the least intrusive means to cover it. So no matter how this flow chart works, I end up back to where I must approve this cell tower. I will just say that I really do feel for the people that live there, because their view is going to be altered. A very beautiful view. I wish that I had another way about going about this, but by law, I have to come to this conclusion, and that's where I'm at. So I'm just going to ask if there are any commissioners that have any additional information or comments other than what they have said. If so, please raise your hand. Otherwise, I will accept a motion in a second on this. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Williams, for your comments. They were very well stated, and I agree completely. Madam Chair, you've pulled up this chart that kind of ties our hands only if we answer yes to the first question, which is saying that the 4 conditions in the county requirements are met. could we pull those 4 conditions up on the screen, please?
Well, Commissioner Wilson, I do want to go back. Can you please go back to that flow chart? Because even if the answer is no, Commissioner Wilson, I want you to look at this flow chart, how it goes.
I understand.
Okay, because then if it's yes, then you have to continue moving on, but please go ahead.
So if we could go back to the 4 conditions that we have to meet.
Yeah, the findings.
One of them talks about, is this the least impact, not least impact,
least intrusive.
Least intrusive, thank you. And what we have just seen and heard from the applicant themselves is that a 66-foot tower is currently providing, apparently, those folks that need that service, the service they need. And those folks that are not currently able to access that 66-foot tower have found alternatives. And we saw that in the letters that they have written and in the public comments that we have heard this evening. So I do not believe that this solution is the least intrusive solution, and therefore on that first flowchart block, I don't have to answer yes. I answer no on that. And if we could then go back to that, please, the flowchart. And I appreciate whoever's driving here. We got to be driving you crazy, but I appreciate it. Does it address a significant gap in personal wireless service? Well, according to what we just heard from the applicant, that temporary tower is providing that, is covering that gap. And therefore, a 66-foot tower would be able to cover that gap. And therefore, the proposed cell tower is above and beyond that. And so my answer to that question is no. It does not. And therefore, we get to the block where we could deny the cell tower. So that's my understanding of this issue based on the information we received tonight from the applicant and all the public comment. So I will rest at that.
Commissioner Wilson, this is Chair Antiveros. It's the gap in their coverage.
It's their coverage that's on the temporary tower.
The other coverage. Right.
That temporary tower is their coverage right now.
Correct.
Yeah.
And
So
you're saying that you don't
gap.
see a significant gap.
No, they're meeting it now.
I'd like to reiterate what Mr. Short said earlier, is that tower is going away. So thereby, when that tower disappears, so does their coverage, and then they now have a significant gap in coverage.
But
because
the
it's only there
proposed
by
cell
temporary
tower-
use.
And my point here is, does the proposed cell tower cover a significant gap? And the proposed cell tower is going to do way more than that. It's far more than what that 66-foot tower is. So the significant gap can be addressed by a 66-foot tower, not 100 or 200-foot tower, whatever it is. So I guess we're getting into semantics, and that's what makes some of this difficult. It's extremely frustrating to me that our hands are tied this tightly in these kinds of decisions, because as Commissioner Williams stated, the folks that live out there for a reason. They're probably more hardy souls than a lot of us, and they have found solutions to the problems for the most part. And a 66-foot tower appears to be all that's necessary to address those problems they couldn't find a solution to. So I will rest with that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wilson. And Commissioner Williams is not able to raise her hand, but she would like to speak. So Commissioner Williams, please go ahead.
Oops. Is my video on?
No.
Okay, sorry, I scared myself. I don't always agree with Commissioner Wilson, and I agree with him 100% on this case. And my problems are, I mean, I can find to me, the findings that it doesn't meet the county's code exactly as he stated. And I'm to me, like the coverage before and the coverage after, people out there have coverage. And we don't know how many people out there use Starlink by their own choice, use Verizon with a hotspot by their own choice, or use some other option. But they are, and it might not be the same coverage as you get in town. I mean, I don't even get the same coverage as downtown because I'm on the other side of Mount Eldon, you know? So we don't know what the coverage is for all those 260 houses. Maybe 230 of them have something that works. It doesn't mean that they're all just going to automatically cancel their service and go with ComNet. So the gap in coverage, I think, is not, I don't think that's really the case. And I don't think the county means that every single provider should be able to get
I'm going
coverage.
to, yeah, I'm going to need everyone to mute, please.
No.
So anyway, I just think that because if we have 6 more new providers out there that all want the same coverage, there's only there's a handful of people that we're talking about. So, and most of them, if we knew what they used, we could say they have coverage. They're using those other options by choice. And just because we think this other one might be cheaper, I don't think that is a reason to approve it. And so I'm with Commissioner Wilson 100% on this.
Okay, what I'm going to do is we're going to go on. There are those, I've listened to the commission discussion, and there are those that are in favor. You know, I mean, I think it's quite a bit of heartburn for anyone to be approving this tonight, but there are those that are and those that aren't. So I'm going to ask somebody to make a motion. And those that are going to deny, I'm going to ask you to be very specific in the exact finding that you cannot make, and then the reason for not being able. So is it finding number A, B, C, or D? And then set forth the exact reason why you cannot make that finding. We're going to have to move forward in that manner, because I can see that we have reached a point of being deadlocked here. And I appreciate that. This has been great conversation. But to move forward, I will accept a motion and we will go from there.
Okay, I will be more than happy to make a motion on this, Chair Ontiveros.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I move to approve the request for conditional use permit CUP-24-015 with conditions as written by staff.
Okay, and Commissioner Ruggles,
Commissioner
Commissioner Ruggles, I would like you to include in that motion the modification to number 2 regarding the painting. It's up on the screen, but I just want it in the record so this record is very clear.
Okay, I'll just go ahead and add to that with the modifications to condition 2.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was one that, given the discussion, I was going to address and thank the applicant for bringing that up. So that's very good. Thank you.
Okay, and is there a commissioner that is going to second this motion?
This is Commissioner Walsh, and I second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Ruggles for approval of CUP 24-015 with modification to condition number 2 as stated. A second by Commissioner Walsh. All in favor, please say aye. Commissioner Wilson?
Nay.
Okay, and can you please state the reason for denial, what finding and the specific reason.
And are we also going to ask those that vote aye to state the specific reasons they support it?
I think that everyone has gone through and
Okay.
stated.
I will. Yes, ma'am, I will. Condition B on the displayed, the proposed location or condition use, operate and maintain will not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to the properties or improvements in the vicinity. I cannot make that finding based on the public comment that we have received tonight. The public comment and the letters that we have received tonight.
Okay, and now I'm going to take it a little bit further. You cannot make the findings, so that is a no. Do you find that the proposed cell tower covers a significant gap in personal wireless service?
I do not.
You do not?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so then that does take you to the local jurisdiction can deny, and you are voting nay because you cannot make that finding. Vice
Yes,
Chair
ma'am.
Burton. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Wilson. Vice Chair Burton.
Aye.
Commissioner Best. Commissioner Best, you're muted. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nay. B, proposed location, ... I find that a 60-foot tower is providing significant coverage. Another 60-foot tower could, I assume, cover the same amount that a 200-foot tower would cover. So you'd have two 60-foot towers. Therefore, the 200-foot tower to me is not the least obtrusive way to do what we're trying to do.
Okay, Commissioner Best, I do want to point out that the 160-foot tower is going to
It's
be
temporary. Yes, it
It
is.
is temporary, so it's going to be gone.
That's correct. However, you could put up two 60-foot towers in that area. They could be monopoles, and they would be the least obtrusive way of doing what Comcast is trying to do.
Okay. Commissioner Ruggles. Commissioner Ruggles, your turn.
Let's see, I think I've already stated that I can make the findings.
And so you're voting aye.
My vote is aye. I think we went through that. Oh, I'm sorry. I made the motion, but I did not give you a vote. That is aye, and that is based on the findings and also on my comments, and especially the constraint that we have given federal law and case law on this.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Ruggles. Commissioner Tohi.
I make the findings aye.
Commissioner Walsh.
I can make the findings aye.
Commissioner Williams.
I'm going to vote nay, specifically related to the findings of fact for a conditional use permit A, based on the undesirability of the location, and D, based on the public comment and letters from the residents of that area.
Okay, and now I'm going to take it a step further. Even though you have voted nay on not being able to make findings for the conditional use permit, do you feel that the proposed cell tower covers a significant gap in personal wireless service?
No.
Okay, so then that takes you to can deny. This is Chair Ontiveros. I don't feel that I have anything to add other than what I have previously stated. It's very difficult, but I will be voting aye on this. So the motion passes because, let's see, it looks like it is a 3 nays and 5 ayes. So the motion passes with that vote. The final item on the agenda this evening is for a call to the public for items not on the agenda. Is there anyone in the public that would like to address the commission this evening for items not on the agenda? Seeing none, my clock shows 8:34 p.m. and the meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone.
Thanks, Tammy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Have a good night.
Good night.